Greetings, DevCon attendees. It is almost 9:30. We are getting ready to start in the main room. Please grab coffee, grab bagels, and make your way to the main room for our first talk. Thank you. Anatoly, right? He's the next speaker. Okay. Reminder, we are getting ready to start in the main room. Please make your way into the main room for our first session for the second day of the Neo DevCon. Thank you very much. Greetings, Neo DevCon. My name is Harry Pearson. You might remember me from my session yesterday on XLang. I am going to be your master of ceremonies today. Without any further ado, let's get this morning started. I'd like to introduce Nolan Bowerly. He is the Director of Research at Coinbase. Please give him a round of applause.
Coindesk, because everyone makes that mistake all the time. So I'm very used to it. It happens very regularly, don't worry. Easy slip of the tongue. So thanks everyone for coming so early in the morning. The title of the talk is Crypto Economics and Data Metrics for the Next Market Cycle. So the purpose of it really is to give you guys an insight on how all of your work is going to be interpreted when the market shifts in the next year or two. There's a lot of data projects going on right now, and so this is a bit of an overview of that, as well as trends. But of course, anytime we're talking about the future, it's a pretty good lesson to go into the past to find out a little bit about the trends and the reasons why certain things happen. So we're going to start this with a bit of a look at the original 2013 price spike and the data services that won, that really ended up getting a lot of traction and setting the standard from there on out. So of course, CoinDesk was one of them. We were the original global price of Bitcoin. So we did a very simple average. It wasn't even volume weighted. We just said there are spot market prices right now in London, in New York, in Tokyo, and Hong Kong. And there was a lot of arbitrage opportunity. A lot of people were making money by just trading between these cities. And we said, okay, that's great, but let's try to shrink those arbitrage opportunities. So we offered the first ever average price. We're still the average price in the Wall Street Journal and a couple other big publications, Yahoo Finance. You know, there's a lot of people who still cite this price, but there's a lot of other people who have done it. But it did set the trend for global pricing. The other important data service that really set the mark was blockchain.info. And this data service was really focused on the performance of the actual blockchain. So they started looking at mempool size, hash rate, all those kind of metrics that we've become familiar with. And then there were a lot of copies of that, of course. It wasn't just that blockchain did it. A lot of other companies did it right away thereafter. But these were really the two winners, and the two things that they achieved were global index pricing and blockchain performance metrics. Not much ended up happening in the bear market that happened after, other than things that copied these services. So there wasn't a ton of innovation in the next cycle. But what we saw in 2017 with the cryptocurrency proliferation with that price spike was that, of course, CoinMarketCap became the big data winner. They were offering something that no one else in the marketplace was, showing the market and exchange activity across a broad section of coins that a lot of people weren't paying attention to. Even at CoinDesk at the time, we said, okay, it's become so deep, how are we going to pay attention to more than 100 coins? These guys did it. And it was a really big innovation. And of course, we all remember how many times we were checking it every day constantly. And that really led to a very powerful base and a very powerful platform and product. So the three things that had really been done until 2017 were the global index price, the performance of every chain, or the performance of some chains, as well as exchange activity and showing the flows from each exchange for each asset and each trade pair. Very innovative stuff. What we're seeing now in the bear market is a pretty interesting thing. So after all these ICOs, after all of the raises, there's now a premium on seeing what's being delivered, what's being built. So we're starting to see a lot of development theater, and a lot of data services are springing up around what's going on in GitHub. So GitHub code trackers have become a really important data service in the past little while. CoinCap here, so this one is just tracking you know, what's going on in different repos, what's going on for different chains. CryptoMiso is much the same. Once again, tracking what's going on in these repos, tracking what's going on projects to show that development is happening, because that's, of course, become the definition of an orphaned and abandoned project when the GitHub has gone silent, when the GitHub goes dead. But this is still not quite enough. So to reiterate what's gone before, we can see exchange data, what CoinMarketCap did. These kind of metrics are really important, and lots of people are covering them. But what's important is to start to think of what's happening next. So exchange data is a part of it. Network data, as we know, hash rate, on-chain transaction volume. Hash rate, not so interesting in this room, of course, but for a lot of platforms, still very, very important. Count of nodes, transaction fees. Social data, more and more important. You're seeing a lot of services measuring who's chatting about a thing, who's talking about it on what platform. Is it on Reddit? Is it on Twitter? And there's all sorts of new data services that are combining all of these things. Of course, developer data, as I just mentioned, is another big one. But when you start putting all of these data services together, we arrive at a point where we're at in the industry, when we're going to be measuring how these networks grow. And this is where things become really interesting. This is where we get into the field of crypto economics. So crypto economics, a very easy definition is it's not a subcategory of economics. It's economics like we all know. There's nothing different. It's about choice, making decisions, choosing one thing or the other. What it is a subcategory of system design and engineering. It's how networks grow, how decentralized networks grow through the economic incentives, through the economic forces that shape their growth. So these data points all start painting a picture of how these decentralized networks are growing. If you combine them all, they give a sort of topographical map of what these data services can look like. And there end up being sort of 5 pillars of this. So what we did at CoinDesk is we added all these 5 pillars together and turned it into a crypto economic explorer. So a way to judge the growth of all of these different networks. And this is NEO from January 1st until February 14th. We took all those data points and measured them along 5 separate axes. So I wouldn't put too much stock in this developer number, because one of the problems with our own platform and scaling that kind of data ingestion is that we're right now only measuring the repo for the core protocol. So it's not necessarily a sign of progress if you're going back and innovating on the core protocol. Theoretically, innovation slowing down is also a good sign. So we're not really at the point where we're scaling, and I'll get to that in a moment because we need your help. But we do see important metrics like network gaining a lot of steam. So that's a really important one for right now. Price is a little up, exchange pretty flat, social pretty flat. Here's what NEO looks like compared to Bitcoin. Now, in our metrics, still a beta product. This is the 5-point plan, 5-point product we created at CoinDesk to measure all of these forces. Now, this one is a little bit heavy on hash rate for network score. So that's why NEO doesn't have a very high score on this. But like I said, the methodology here is still in beta, so we're still trying to find a comfort zone and adding more data points and more points of reference. But that's why we need your help. So we have open sourced this entire methodology and data sources on GitHub. And in the spirit of crypto economics, we're opening it to everyone, especially the NEO community, all the other communities. We want to be able to track dApp activity, wallet activity, basically anything built on top of the core protocol we want to start tracking. So anyone can actually make a pull request now, tell us the repos that we should be tracking on GitHub, tell us the other data points that we're missing, and we're going to start adding those into our own backend and our own database. And so the crypto economics part of it is that, of course, through GitHub, all of people's contributions are attributed and tracked. So we're going to be offering a coin, and this coin will only be tradable for tickets to our events and other things like that. So we're not looking for a secondary market trading of the coin or anything like that. We're the sole buyer of the coin, but it will go towards tickets and fund services. So here's what we're tracking right now. Like I said, just the main GitHub repo. You can see NEO there, and we're looking for help to try to extend that and expand it and go further. But what we really see as the trend going forward will be these 5 buckets. These 5 pillars are going to be how the data services come together and truly measure the growth of a decentralized network. And in the end, these 5 pillars, what's going on in social media, what's going on-chain, what's going on in the network itself, who's contributing to the network, who's using the network, are people exchanging it, trading on exchanges, who's working on it, who's building on the GitHub, and what are the monetary policies. These 5 things in coordination become a way to measure, collectively, become a way to measure the crypto economic forces that are supporting and being conjured up by one of these projects. So we hope that all of your work here, that all of the work of the developer community and the people contributing to these networks will come into our data platform, and we'll be able to measure all of your fine work, and it will come out in our final product. But it won't just be us at CoinDesk who's doing this. We see this trend across the industry. Lots of people are trying to find a way to combine all these data points. CoinGecko, who is one of the sponsors of this event, I've spent a lot of time looking at their product. They're on the same track that we are. They're tracking social media, they're tracking GitHub, they're tracking exchange flows, they're tracking what's going on in the network. These elements here combined, the confluence of them, are really what the market is going to be measured, using to measure growth in the next market cycle, and looking for the big new winner on data services as we've seen before. So that's the presentation, guys, and we would love for you to contribute to the project. And so whatever you're doing, please go on our GitHub and open up a pull request and let us know. Let us see what we should be tracking. So thanks very much.
Sorry about that.
Don't sweat it.
Thank you, Nolan. Sorry for screwing up. Very first of the day. Screwed up. Great job on my part. Sorry about that. So next up, we have Antiton. So I'm just going to screw up every time I come up here. I think that's going to be the plan. No. Anatoly Bogatyrev. He is the co-founder and technical director of the NEO St. Petersburg Competency Center. Oh, I need the clicker. Nolan. I think we've lost the clicker already. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Give him a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anatoly. I am CTO of the NEO SPCC. And I'm glad to be here today, and I will tell you about our core project and our activities. So, we are the R&D group located in the St. Petersburg. The group has been recently formed to support the NEO blockchain ecosystem. And NEO SPCC aims to build a community for research and development in blockchain in collaboration with top-tier universities and companies in Russia. And as a core project, we are creating the scalable, distributed, and decentralized storage platform integrated with the NEO blockchain. You can find detailed information about our company and activity on NEO News Today and our website. NEO SPCC has been founded by the PhD holders of the ITMO University and ETH Zurich and other experienced engineers with great technical background. And over the past 5 months, we have put together a strong team capable to solve complex research and development tasks, and established several partnerships with different companies, universities, and communities. We are developing a storage platform integrated with NEO blockchain, implementing client-side encryption that allow users to provide and store their data and share their data without reliance on the third-party storage provider. Our ambitious goal is to provide users a full control over their data. According to the development system architecture, user controls where his data is stored, how his data is stored, and who can get access to it. We're considering various use cases, such as NEO Smart Economy, uses data storage, DApps, small medium enterprise, IoT. And let's go through use cases for public data storage, B2B, and IoT. We classify a public storage use case on the external and internal ones. In the external use case, the system will become a reliable and secure platform for storing data from DApps and private users. And the internal use case requires some minor modifications in the NEO protocol. We hope to discuss this opportunity with NEO, and it allows us to storing data in our system for smart contracts, for example, storing smart contracts itself with keeping only a hash of the smart contract script in the blockchain. Also, we can store all block data in our system, not by the full nodes as it now, and it can increase NEO blockchain scalability and other very good things. Our system can be interesting and for SMEs as private distributed storage. It can also be used for storing archived or backup data in public storage due to our very flexible control system of storage policies, which I discuss some later. And we can store a large of unstructured IoT data and distribute it between different groups of IoT devices due to our placement function. I will discuss about it. So, to make our storage platform efficient in the use cases, we have set the following goals. In order to achieve the goals and solve the corresponding problems, we have proposed a set of novel approaches and solutions. First of all, let's see how the network is organized and what roles a node may have. We'll look at 3 network node roles. It's the host, publisher, and client. Host is a part of the network map. Network map is some set of knowledge about network topology, and it's a part of accounting system. Host provides space for data storage. Publisher is not a part of network map, but it's a part of accounting system, and publisher stores data in the network. And client is not a part of network map, and also it's not a part of accounting system. And client can receive data from the network. And any node can combine different roles. Also, we have two layers of our network. It's inner and outer ring nodes. Outer ring nodes are responsible for storing data and ensuring the integrity and availability of the data. And inner ring nodes are responsible for maintaining information about network topology, accounting, and data audit. Inner ring nodes maintain all operation in conditions of total distrust of all network maps. And to solve this, DBFT consensus protocol is used. Information about all outer ring nodes forms a network map with some additional information. And inner ring nodes are responsible for keeping a network map up to date and distribute it over all network peers. Network map contains information about group of nodes, their location, and some other options for correct data search and placement. The network map is represented as a graph. A bucket, in our terms, is a vertex of the graph, and it characterized by type and value. Nodes can only be leaves by the graph. Our system keeps the network map up to date and distributes it over all network nodes, each epoch. An epoch is a time period when a network map is unchangeable. The demo you can find by the link on the slide. And instead of maintaining and querying database with information about each object location or some additional meta information, our system uses a consistent placement function. We can place and get object without referring to a third party or storing object and not pair meta information. Doing so, we don't have to keep a huge amount of meta information in case of billion objects in our system. How does it work? A user can define a storage policy by placement rule. Placement rule consists of a set of select and filter operations applied to the network map. The result of these operations will be subgraph of the network map. So the select operation is applied to the network map. It takes as input a number of necessary buckets and a bucket type. The select operation takes this input information and forms some subgraph using for selection a rendezvous hashing algorithm. For instance, if we select, as example, two locations, then subgraph will be selected by the highest weight. In this example, two buckets has been selected. It's euro and row. And they were selected by rendezvous hashing. The filter is another operation is to apply to the graph. The operation inputs a bucket type, a bucket value, and comparison operation. The result of operation, we will get a subgraph. For example, if you want to store data on nodes with SSD disk only, you can set filter in the following way on the slide. And subgraph will be selected which contains only buckets fulfilling the condition. Also, we can combine different operations and as a group of operations. And it will be performed recursively when the operation of the next step will be performed for all buckets retrieved at the previous step. For example, for the placement rule, when we want to store our data only on nodes with SSD disk in two different locations with 3 nodes in each location, we can declare this placement rule as on the slide, and one set of nodes will be selected, no matter who and where performs the placement rule operation. A set of operations on the graph in the placement rule can be grouped using AND, OR, and NOT. So absolutely any storage policy can be declared. To store objects and work with them, we want to limit a subgraph on the network map in order to maintain scalability. This subgraph of the network map, we call it a container. In Amazon S3, the closest logical entity is a bucket. So in order to place objects in the system, a user needs to define this container. Container is defined using the placement rule and redundancy factor of the container. For example, we, on this slide, declare a container with 2 locations, 2 nodes in each location, and redundancy factor for container is 2. Exactly the same placement rule is used to place an object in the container. Placement rule, in this case, is applied to the container subgraph instead of network map at all. And as a rendezvous hashing salt is an object hash ID instead of container ID. So a placement function result is deterministic and consistent. And placement group can retrieve without referring to a third party or storing a huge amount of meta information. When we store data, we need to check that this data is stored correctly. Data audit method is being developed to validate stored object availability and integrity. However, we have already created a novel approach of zero-knowledge data validation based on homomorphic hashing. On this link, you can find a demo about homomorphic hashing, and we will announce our novel approach soon. Thus, we can put or get an object from the network and verify that the object is stored correctly. What will happen if nodes, in case of nodes failure? Storage node control data replication since they are motivated by incentive model. And storage node checks the availability of requested number of object replicas that they are stored. Data replication uses a placement function and ignores failed nodes. So it's the same process as a data placement. This enables to deterministically define the node where all network participants have replicated data in the same way as in data placement. Our approach to scalable data placement using a subset of network map, storage policy rule for an object placement, and rendezvous hashing for selection allow to control object location and minimal data movement in case of storage nodes failures. So fast storing and retrievability, it's also one of the important for us goals, because we also planning to support the video and some sound retrieving from our system. About privacy, in our system, the data publisher is responsible for data encryption. Control of encryption keys is assigned to the data publisher. And another principal task for us, it's AWS IPA-S3 compatibility for migration of existing application to our storage. And about payment. As a common solution of our storage is integrated with a deposit-based payment by gas token, and it based on the NEO smart contract. Accounting is connected with the NEO blockchain and controlled by inner ring nodes. And also, Nash can be used to convert input payments into gas token, so it will be possible of paying in fiat and cryptocurrency for stored data or get it back for host nodes. We are following the roadmap published on the website and planning to release our prototype of our system in summer. So we are happy to hear your feedback regarding our project and development. Also, we are open for discussion about potential partnerships and collaboration. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Anatoly. So we have a slight change in the order where the next two speakers are flipped. So we have Liu-Young Sin. He's the founder of NEO Economic Labs and the NEO Name Service. Thank you very much. Give him a hand.
Hello, everyone. I'm Liu-Yong Xin, the founder of NEO Economic Labs and NEO Name Service. I'm very honored to come to this new DevCon and share with you what NEO has achieved over the past year. Okay. NEO is a new Chinese developer community. Why I found NEO? Because my English is poor. Just kidding. But that's the important reason. We mainly do three things. First, technical evangelism. Second, infrastructure construction. And third, ecosystem building. I will elaborate on these 3 points below. Regarding technical evangelism, we maintain a QQ group with 1,000 plus people who focus on new related technology discussion. We also built a Chinese new related technology exchange online forum. And we held a series of face-to-face open courses on new related technology. Nearly all projects emerging from Chinese community have received our technical support directly or indirectly. In the year 2018, we hosted the first new blockchain game development competition. More than 100 teams registered and submitted 14 entries. And 8 award-winning games were selected finally. Recently, these award-winning games have been launched one after the other. This competition has strongly promoted the development of new gaming ecosystem and its technology infrastructure. In terms of infrastructure building, we mainly developed these projects. We developed a high-performance network database called LetDB for New, and maintained a customized new node, and developed a multi-language SDK for interacting with new nodes, and developed the upper level and provided wallet and block-related API services, and developed the upper level wallet explorer and a smart contract debugging tool called NewRay, as well as new name service. Of course, more than that, there are more than 80 code libraries in our GitHub that can meet the technical needs of various types of new developers. I will highlight some of projects. The first is LetDB. LetDB is mainly to change the new storage part to network storage. And you can use LetNode to directly find the database to execute evoke script. That is to change the mode of new from one node, one process to one node, one cluster. LetDB is a modification based on RocksDB. It adds the concept of data types and table. The storage of news level DB is bad structure. It's difficult to understand what the data represents. LetDB storage data through DB value structure, which can describe the data type, recorder, and modifier timestamp. At the same time, different types of data are stored in different tables, such as transactions, UTXO, etc., to facilitate the query. LetDB supports network communication, which allows us to interact with nodes without having to go through the intermediate service layer, such as querying MP5 unstate balances and UTXO data verification. The third, the storage structure of database mimics the blockchain structure. It is connected in blocks and blocks, which makes the data synchronization very convenient. The backup database can be synchronized in units of task block. These are the main features of LetDB, which makes it easy to develop your wallet, explorer, and DApp. Next, let me introduce NewRay. A tool integrates development, compiling, deployment, and debugging of smart contract. It supports C# language now. We previously had a local version. NewRay is an online version to meet the cross-platform development needs. Here is a here is the interface of the nearest contractor debugging interface. On this page, you can execute contractor line by line and observe various information such as virtual machine execution, notify information, and the evaluation stack to meet the requirements of contractor debugging. The third important project is new name service. As of now, there are already 25,000 plus registered domain names on NNICE. We have gained a lot of wallet support, such as O3, SEA, and our NLCF developed wallet. And we also get support from JAEX.com exchange. They will assign an NNICE secondary domain name to each new user so that they can easily recharge. And there will be more wallets in the future supporting NNICE, such as Trinity, Blanket, Fitasma, etc. We will develop a diversified domain name secondary trading markets in the future on NNICE, such as formal of auctions, domain names like JAWS. We also plan to open other root domain registrations not limited to .new. In the NNICE project, there is a token called NNC. At present, NNC holders can receive the dividends of the domain auction incomes. And you can also purchase the pre-ordered domain names in the secondary market in NNC. In order to enrich the value of NNC tokens, we will extend the NNC function, which will be implemented in 3 features. The first feature is apply it to domain name service, which is already implemented now. And the second feature is apply it to other DApps. And the third feature is based on diversified DApp, we can form a DAO. So the value of NNC will be more stable because it's not bound to one single DApp anymore. Regarding the future plan of NAIR, we are currently focusing on these 3 points this year. High performance LightDB-based node development, and Chrome extension wallet, which will have the open APIs for the DApp to interact with the wallet, and token liquidity protocol. We will contribute to improve new ecosystem by our constant focus on the infrastructure that is currently ranking in new ecosystem. Okay, I hope that through the work of NAIR, we can bring blockchain technology and bring new one step closer to users. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, one more talk, and then we're going to have a little break. I'd like to introduce Igor and Vitor Coelho. They are co-founders of Neo Research. Please give them a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello.
Good morning, everybody. Aí, pode começar.
Okay, let's do a double presentation, as usual.
As usual.
Oh, this is not our slides.
Really? It's not passing through.
Help.
Here it is, yes. Here it is correct.
Ah, here is correct, but this is different.
Ah, yeah, it's passing.
So,
Okay, we can
meanwhile,
start talking.
we can start. We are from Brazil. My brother is professor in the field of computer science, and we have been investigating during our life things related to optimization and high performance computing. And I think we're gonna. Here it is.
Okay, so first of all, our presentation today is a more technical than usual, but still we are going to try to put it as easy as possible, like for everybody to understand how is the security on NEO network, how the consensus work, basically, and our perspectives on high performance improvements. Well, perhaps some of you know that the difference between classic and modern cryptography, that's a term that we use today, cryptography. An example, typical from 1,000 years before, was Caesar cipher, that he was trying to communicate on his empire. And how did he make sure that only his generals got the information? He changed the letters. For example, the A or the D, he changed to A. So it scrambled the letters in his manuscript. And the few people that knew the logic could read his manuscript. So it's a very weak type of cryptography because it's simple. Anybody who knows the rules can take his manuscript and decrypt it. And so nowadays that we have computers, we have stronger machines, we cannot do such simple things. So in terms of blockchain, the most important thing regarding cryptography is digital signatures, that's in red here. It's not, usually we don't do a lot of encryption, decryption on the blockchain because it's public. So it has applications, but not a lot. Another primitive which is important is key exchange, that's used for secure shell and communication, but for blockchain usually is digital signature, which now uses this standard here, which is very secure for classic computers. So every type of cryptography depends on having a hard problem, hard mathematical problem. Two problems here that are really hard are integer factorization, which is like combining two numbers together to build a bigger number. And trying to reverse this is really hard for classic computers, the computers we have, and the discrete logarithm. But I mean, for classic computers, now we are going to enter an era of quantum computers. And these quantum computers can do like things we couldn't do before. And there are problems, this is a question, is there problems much harder than these two? Well, we have some problems that are even more hard. Just to exemplify like how classic computers work, for example, you have this shelf, you have your books organized. So I ask you, the book R is here in this list? Yes or no? No, but okay, you can look all the list, but you can be smart and okay, it's organized, so it's after the P or before the Q. So it's more or less how computers do this search, is binary search. So you don't need to look at all the data. You can do like smart stuff. But if data is like this, everything is scrambled. So the book R is here. No, but how can you make sure it's not here? So it's scrambled, so you have to look one by one and to make sure it's not there. How can you do this faster? Because it could be in any position, you don't know. But, so this is what you call like linear time. It has to take, if you double the size of the input, it will double the time to search. But quantum computers can do this search in square root of this time. So this is an amazing thing, which is the base of Grover algorithm in 1996. So for 100 books, a quantum computer will need to look only 10 times. So this is really crazy. And this changes how we do security. Because integer factorization and discrete logarithms, which is supposed to be hard, becomes easy with these computers. Computers we don't have yet like big enough to solve these problems, but we are on the road to build them. So in 1994, the Shor algorithm, which is quite similar, guaranteed that we can really solve this hard problem. So these are not hard anymore for quantum computers, and we need other problems to make sure our cryptography will be strong enough. And right now, we don't have quantum computers to solve this, but people foresee that perhaps in 10 years, we could have. And this is why we need harder problems.
Here's a good example. We can see this guy, Charles Darwin. Around 1963, after Turing, some guys came and they started to design things for solving complex combinatorial optimization problems based on the nature, which is something that is nature to all of us, because we imagine species and you are crossing genes, and you can use that concept for merging solution and try to find solutions that in each generation they are better than the previous one, in the same way that species evolves. So we like to show this example of Charles Darwin because it inspired a lot of different kinds of materialistic-based algorithms. We call genetic algorithms, simulated annealing, variable neighborhood search, and this family of methods for solving combinatorial. That is this famous problem called eternity. In this problem, we have a puzzle. Each piece has 4 colors. If we take, if you want to solve this puzzle with size 16 per 16, we won't find a solution. It's like finding a specific atom in the whole universe. There was a prize of $2 or $1 million for who could solve this puzzle, and anyone was able to solve it. It was called eternity. But then people thought, no, maybe they designed some puzzle that is unsolvable. But actually it's not, because you can draw in your home a simple, and you can cut the pieces yourself. You can see that after you shuffle that, you won't be able to put the piece together again. So these are examples of simple problems that are like finding a specific atom in the universe. There are plenty of solutions.
It looks easy, but it's really hard. So this is the type of problem that we need, because we need a hard problem to hide our information, to make sure cryptography works. But this question is still open, like P equals NP is like a Millennium Prize problem. That's one of the most important open problems today in mathematics, that people believe it's different, that symbol, which means problem hard will keep hard.
And furthermore, since we have been working with this, we believe that this is a path for even a change in the way we can mine hashes. We can have like useful computation for solving this kind of problems, instead of just waste efforts, energy, finding a hash function that specifically meets a difficulty. But this is another discussion.
Okay. Okay. So there is currently a standard going on, and like less than 1 month ago, the NIST report was released with candidates for quantum security. And one thing we need to worry when designing new cryptography is that perhaps is it strong enough, because all the standards we have were tested for many, many years. And there was like a candidate like some time ago, like NTRU sign, that was supposed to be strong and was patented, but sometime after, people discovered flaws that could leak information, so it wasn't secure. So many people argue now that one solution that we could adopt, which is safe, is like using 2 cryptographies. Like one classic cryptography, like elliptic curve, like the same, and together with another quantum safe cryptography. Because if it happens to be weak on the quantum size, because it's new, at least the classical part will be safe. And even if quantum computers got more accessible in a few years, it won't be like accessible to everybody. We could like have 1 quantum computer, 2. So we have time to make it safe at the same time that we don't destroy the security that we already have.
And an interesting thing is that, is now quantum safe? Yes, if you want to design a specific wallet that is quantum safe, you can design that. You can create a smart contract with a specific puzzle that needs to be solved and decrypted. But it's going to be costly. So each time we want to design a specific cryptography, we have 2 paths. Or we implement that on the new VM to become that operation less costly. But on the same time, we can give users flexibility to choose their own cryptography. That's what Vitalik mentioned recently in the Ethereum DevCon, that was to allow users to pick their own cryptography. And this also has a brilliant path, giving flexibility and passing this layer of safety to another level where users can also personalize it in a smoother way, and easy.
Yeah, we have like open pull requests now on Neo Network discussing this issue so community can contribute. But this is our vision that we can, instead of just bringing the full cryptography, we can just put pieces that people can build like different cryptographies. For example, you can use Bitcoin cryptography on Neo. Nowhere you just build the code like on the smart contract and it works. And you can also build like quantum security. We are going to, in a few weeks, I hope, we are going to finish a prototype like of quantum security on Neo, and using the code we have. It will be costly, but it works. I hope.
In the white paper, there was a proposal about NeoQS, that is New Quantum Safety and the quantum security. And in principle, in the white paper of Neo, it was talking about two different problems. That is the shortest and closest vector problem, which is basically you have a space of integer numbers and want to find a vector that is close enough to a specific vector. So, but it's not that vector. For example, you need to minimize the Euclidean distance, but you need a vector that is not zero. So you need a vector that is non-zero, but reach that criteria. So that problem is also hard to solve. But it was later shown, as we presented before in the last slide, that anytech you sign was based on such concepts. So after you start to sign a lot of different transactions, you expose your private key. So another idea that came was a similar problem called learning with errors. With learning with errors, you have like a space of integer numbers, and you have a vector, and you have also another Gaussian vector of errors. With both of them, you have the private key. So the idea now is to play with these concepts for generating. It's not proven yet with quantum safety, because there is a report going on about the NSA here with NIST, and they are trying to pick the best promising algorithms for quantum safety. But what we want to show you is the perspectives for Neo is that we keep studying that. We keep connected with state-of-the-art and thinking about good implementations and updates that should go on the protocol.
Okay, now let's explain how consensus work. We need 4 volunteers.
4 trained volunteers.
But because of time, we have 4 trained volunteers, which is good. Okay, so this is, usually we need like a multiple of 3 plus 1. This is the rule, because to guarantee that we have one resistance to one evil entity. The evil is green here. Oh. So okay, so how the Neo consensus work? We have a speaker, which is the node that is selected at each round to propose the transactions, like to group and form the block. So this is the speaker. The speaker is proposing a block, so the others can follow the decision, like and sign the block. So we have, now we don't need all the signatures, but we need at least 2F plus 1, meaning that we are resistant to one fault. So in this case, one fault there. The current network has 7 nodes, so we can resist to 2 faults. So okay, this is the regular situation. Another situation, the evil entity, the Byzantine entity, is not proposing the block in time. So what happens? The time passes, and after the time passes, the others request a change view. So they request to change the speaker. So they agreed to change the speaker. So the speaker has changed. Yeah. And now, okay. Now the speaker can propose the block, and the others follow, and we have a new block. So we are resistant to one fault. Okay, thanks. So this is like how consensus work, but we have like many options on improving the consensus.
This was a didactic example, but in practice we have different challenges here during the communication process. When you send a package to somebody, we don't want to expose, when someone were raising the hands, we don't want to expose that, because that means you are showing your signature. So there have been different proposals in the literature that try to improve that simple didactic case for real case applications, which is the case of Neo network. that we want it to be redundant, we want it to be recovered, we want it to be resistant to hardware fails. That's why we have here new improved DBFT, which now we are calling DBFT 2.0 instead of improvement. It's like the second version of the first DBFT that was proposed by Eric et al. In 2014, 2015. So the idea is that this year, or in some couple of months, we could have a second version of that, considering these papers that have been done in the literature. We have Honey Badger, we have different ideas. But something that, perspective for NEO is that it has been not easy to really improve our consensus, because NEO consensus is ambitious. We have block finality in the level of the consensus itself. We don't have block finality in the level of nodes. That is easier to achieve. When you have block finality in the level of nodes, those who receive the block, they always check if more than one consensus is sent in the same block. But when we have block finality in the consensus layer, which means that from the consensus below it, we cannot send never two-sided blocks. And that's a challenge and very useful feature for everybody. I believe that many projects are gonna use that if we keep this idea of keeping the consensus in that level of block finality. And we have also, for that, the perspective is that we can break partially synchrony, because Honey Badger claims to be fully asynchronous. But asynchronous is a matter, we always need a weak assumption that in a specific time, we should time out then. We cannot wait infinitely. So we believe that recover mechanisms are something that can break the partially synchrony that couldn't we have in NEO consensus. And the consensus is able to be adapted for quantum resistance. We just need to change the way that each of that nodes are signing and communicating between them.
Okay, one last topic, quick topic. So another thing we do is like dealing with high performance computing. And the conclusion we have is that we all have a supercomputer now. When we look back like in few years, like a smartphone today is much more powerful than the top supercomputer in 20 years ago. So we have like GPU computing, we have FPGAs, we have many different hardware that can be explored to improve the speed of the network and the processing capacity of the network. So we did some experience recently on elliptic curves, which is a cryptography on NEO, done on GPUs, which are faster processors specific for parallel data. And we concluded that it could calculate more than 1 million signatures per second, which is much more than the network needs. And this is in terms of cryptography. The network needs to do many other things like storage and other types of calculation. But still, we have like many tools to make the network much faster. So it's possible to improve a lot. This is a small picture of the Anderson, which is the guy who did the experiments. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thanks our volunteers. And thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
So we're actually running early. I can't imagine that actually happening at an event. That almost never happens. But the food is actually ready, so we're going to take our break now. We'll be back in about 20 minutes. I've got 10:35 now, so we will see everybody at 5 to 11. Thank you very much. Welcome back. I hope you all had a good break. I'd like to introduce Fernando Diaz and Diego Dorado. They are the co-founders of Red4Sec. Please give them a round of applause.
Thank you. No worries. Good luck. Thank you. Okay. Good morning to everybody. First of all, thanks to INO for organizing this event and for giving us the opportunity to be here today. Today we are going to talk about security in cryptocurrencies and the importance of security. We are going to show you some useful tips to develop safely and some examples that may arise in case you don't follow good security practices. Hope you enjoy it. But first, let us introduce ourselves. I am Diego Dorado. I am co-founder of Red4Sec. I am also part of Global Red Team at Telefonica. I am a computer engineer with an international master in cybersecurity and cyber defense. I am specialized in offensive security, web application, and infrastructure security audits. And with me, Fernando.
Hello, I'm Fernando Diaz, known in the community as Sargon. I'm also co-founder of Red4Sec, member of City of Zion, and NEO core developer. I have more than 12 years of experience in development and security, and now I'm focused in blockchain and smart contract security audits.
Okay, Red4Sec is a company founded in 2017. We're based in Spain, and we are a company that offers exclusive security services. Among the services that we offer, we are specialized in blockchain technologies, ethical hacking, penetration testing, but we also offer all kinds of security audits, including infrastructure, code audits, web and mobile applications. Here you can see some of the clients that we have been working during the last year. You may know some of the ICO projects and blockchains that we have been working with.
It's very important to consider the security of a project from the beginning, at the design phase. It really doesn't matter the programming language that you are using, or if you are going to build a new smart contract, a new blockchain, or any other kind of project. Security must be an important factor to keep in mind when you are starting a new development process.
Okay, and talking about security practices, one of the most important aspects in secure development is to verify all the possible inputs and return values. It's important to know what information we receive and how we should treat it. Also, it's very important to perform unit testing to ensure that all the code works as expected. Equally important is to perform unit tests for cases that are not expected. For example, if you have a smart contract that has a transfer function that should receive a 20 address byte length, it's necessary to analyze what would happen if it receives a 10 bytes address length. We must perform coverage analysis to ensure that all the code has been fully tested. This is one of the best ways to drastically reduce the number of possible bugs or vulnerabilities that may appear in our project. It is also important to review in depth all the components of the project and perform tests in a real and controlled environment, such as private or testnet. For example, in the case of NEO, it's very easy to set up a control environment using Docker. This will help us to deal with the smart contract compilation issues, bugs in compilers, and operational failures. And very important, do not forget that in a project that uses a third-party library, this also should be audited and updated periodically. If our project requires any cryptographic function, we must analyze it and see what implementation is more secure and more reliable.
Okay, now we are going to show you some public examples that you may know and other examples that we have seen during our security audits. The first example is a very known issue in Bitcoin code. This code includes a design flaw that exists from the beginning. The bug produced that check multi-sign of code to consume one extra argument from the stack. These bugs wasn't fixed to avoid breaking the compatibility. And this is why all the nodes have to take it into account and keep this bad implementation before executing a script with the check multi-sign opcode. Here, in this slide, you can see the technical details of the bug in case someone wants to investigate more about it.
Okay, another common case, last year Ethereum had a critical failure in one of the most common contracts, parity. In this case, an inexperienced developer caused unintentionally an economic loss of $300 million. This is a clear case of human error that could have been avoided by following good development practices, since the initial problem was that Parity did not initialize a library that was used by their contracts. The developer decided to initialize it and became the owner of the library contract. Once the user was the owner of the contract, he had the mistake to call the kill function. All the contracts that used this library stopped working, and their balance was lost forever.
Another example of human error is the following, where in this case, we had a recently case that the CEO unfortunately died. Since they didn't have an alternative plan or a multi-sign wallet, all of the funds of the company were lost and the company closed.
Okay, now we are going to see an example concerning secure development and how it's important to control input values and know the technology that we are using. Storage injection is an important vulnerability that we found the last year in some of NEP5 implementations in Neo. And in the case of Neo, it's important to know that the storage works as key value. So if you are able to control the key, then you are able to write in any place of the storage and compromise the smart contract. In this code, as you can see, the format of the parameter from is not controlled. As you can see, the parameter 2 is used as key and written directly to the storage without being validated. The correct way would be to check the inputs to ensure that fits the desired format. And another good practice would be to add prefixes or use a storage map. A storage map is a function which is designed to avoid this kind of failures. A problem that is also seen very often is the use of hard-coded variables or administrator accounts that cannot be modified. What would happen in case you have to remove one of the administrators or revoke his permissions? We must always prevent this kind of situations, as we saw in the case of the CEO who died. But not everything is blockchain. When we audit any project, we usually recommend to our clients to perform penetration testings over their assets. We discover a lot of vulnerabilities in some websites and servers of many clients that we have been auditing the last year. And we have a lot of experience in performing this kind of test. All the examples that you will see now are real and were found in some of the ICO projects and blockchain projects that we audited during the last year. And of course, all these vulnerabilities have been already solved by the clients. That's why we are going to show it now. Okay, the first one is SMTP header injection. This vulnerability allows us to send phishing and scam campaigns to the users, abusing of the misconfiguration of the mail servers. In this case, the issue was located in one of the functionalities of the main website that was a newsletter subscription functionality. So imagine what would happen if we are able to send any kind of email to the users using the own email servers of the company. Of course, this would lead to a possible steal of funds or at least a loss of reputation. Okay, the next vulnerability that we are going to see today is arbitrary database writing. This vulnerability allows us to modify the information from the database and allow us to make things, for example, like bypass the Know Your Customer functionality, modify the contribution of the users, or, for example, modify their token balance. As you can see, we were able to modify the token balance that appears in the token distribution platform that was used by the client, but by just modifying the original request and adding some unexpected parameters, as we were talking previously. Another common vulnerability is SQL injection. This vulnerability allows us to execute SQL statements and compromise the database information. Depending on the database configuration, we could also modify the information that is stored in database or even gain full control of the systems. Of course, we can also see all the information, the personal information of the users, and modify whatever we want. As we can see, to test this vulnerability, we just modify the request and try to execute a sleep of 5 seconds over the server. If you look at the response, you can see how the server takes 5 seconds to respond. This is just like a proof of concept that we use to test that the server, the web application, was vulnerable to SQL injection. Okay, another vulnerability that we are going to see today is cross-site scripting. This vulnerability allows us to inject JavaScript code in the web application, and when the administrator access to the area that is with this malicious code, he will automatically execute the code and send us the authentication cookie so we can impersonate him. This is something that we test with a real platform of one of our clients. And of course, this is an evidence that we have prepared of how we receive the administrator cookie when the malicious code is executed. With this cookie, we just can log in in the application as if we were the administrator. Okay, and finally, this is the last vulnerability that we are going to show you today, is cross-site request forgery. The main purpose of cross-site request forgery is to force a user to execute unwanted actions in the web application. For example, in this case, we were able to prepare a request that modifies the contribution address or the administrator password when it is executed by a user or an admin. Okay, and this is the end of our presentation. I know that it was very brief, but we hope you like it, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. So next up, as we continue our deep dive on the blockchain, we have a panel to talk about user experience and security enhancements of Neo wallets. Our panelists are coming up. They get to bring their own chairs. Nick Merton from DataDash will be our moderator, and he will introduce the other members of the panel. Thank you very much. Give these guys a round of applause as they perform manual labor.
Can you guys hear me good? Hello? Oh, awesome. Thank you guys for making it out. I think this will be a really interesting discussion. Just a real quick introduction for everyone on the panel. My name is Nicholas Merton. I run DataDash, which is one of the largest YouTube channels for cryptocurrencies. One thing for me is I love learning about what's going on in regards to the actual tools that we're going to be using for cryptocurrencies. So I'm excited to be on the panel today. Today we have 3 different developers who are working in the Neo community for wallets and actually building the interface for using Net5 tokens that are going to be a big factor of the Neo community. We've got Maxwell Lasky, we've got Alex Knight, and Alex DiCario as well, if I pronounce that right. So 3 active developers working at different projects like the Neon Wallet and O3. So I want to get some good perspective from you guys as to what you're working on. And the first thing, as I mentioned, was user experience. The problem that I find a lot is that most wallets, I think over the past decade in cryptocurrencies, have been Qt wallets. They're very inefficient to work with, and something that I don't think we can see 99% of the world who haven't adopted cryptocurrencies just yet using. So I want to start off, kind of go down the line here and just ask you guys, what are you working on at the moment to better user experience and simplify the process? You want to start off here?
Yeah, sure. Thanks so much, Nicholas. So I think in general, as a front-end engineer, oftentimes we get pretty wrapped up in the applications we're building. But unrelated to blockchain, just in general, I think it's always important to kind of step outside of that role and just think about interfacing with the application as someone who's, for lack of a better word, just like a total idiot. And I think that it sounds crazy, but I think it goes a really long way. And kind of just interfacing with the app as someone who has no experience, and kind of extrapolating that out to Neon Wallet. Kind of when I first opened the application, I don't know, it was a year and a half ago or so, I was like, I took a look at it and I said, wow, there's a lot of things that can be done to this app to make the UI more user-friendly. Yeah, that's kind of just been my mission for the past year and a half or so. And yeah, like you were saying, you look at applications like Electrum, and it's like the most popular Bitcoin wallet used today, but the UI is so confusing, even for someone who knows a lot about cryptocurrency and blockchain in general. So yeah, always the goal is always just iterate and look at the app through the eyes of someone who's no experience at all. And I think that's been a proven and sound technique for developing really friendly user interface.
Alex, what about you? Have you guys been doing anything at the current moment on your wallet?
So actually, we haven't. We released NeoTracker Wallet over a year ago now, and we haven't made too many huge updates to it. But right now, we're actually working on a full redesign of the wallet. And to echo a lot of what Max said, like we're really focused on making it super simple to use. Right? Today, when you go to NeoTracker, if you have no crypto experience, like you'll look at NeoTracker. If you have no blockchain, you've never really done Bitcoin, or maybe you have a little bit of Bitcoin experience, you would go to NeoTracker and you would just see this page of like a blockchain explorer and like a login with your private key, and it's not very friendly. People don't really understand what's going on there. And really, what we're trying to do is to echo again what Max was saying, is make it so that if you have no experience, you have never done anything with blockchain before, you can come to NeoTracker and learn about blockchain and learn about how a wallet works, and more importantly, get comfortable with using the wallet. Some of the things that we're experimenting with that we'll be releasing in the near future is to make it so that you're comfortable with transferring your funds, right? I think one of the things that scares people the most about using their wallet is actually the act of transferring funds. It's a very like daunting sort of task, because you're like, oh, if I mess up, this is it. I lose my funds forever, right? And so we want to make that that process more seamless and make it so that you're more comfortable with actually transferring funds, so that every time that you need to transfer to, say, Binance or transfer to some app or whatever, you're not feeling like this anxiety that you're about to lose your money, right? So that's one of the things that we're working on in the redesign.
So in that regard, just as a question to follow up at your point was, does your wallet allow for, like, say, for example, contacts, or being able to list an address, like, for example, say, is my Bitfinex address or my Binance address in this case?
So one thing that we have been thinking about, we haven't pursued quite yet, but one thing that we've been thinking about along the lines of contacts is making it so that we could integrate with exchanges. So rather than having to go to your exchange and say, hey, let me copy my address and then copy paste it into my wallet, just have transfer to my Binance account that I've already pre-linked, with my wallet. I think that's something that would be very interesting to pursue, and something that we're going to look at in the near future. But currently, the NeoTracker wallet, as I mentioned, is very old. It's definitely on the side of not super user friendly, and so that's something that we're working on in the redesign, with things like adding contacts and links to exchanges and things like that.
Yeah, it might seem simple, but I think it's important to have that integration with exchanges, because even just the simple copying and pasting, I'm always finding myself checking the first 3 or 4 digits and letters of each address every time I copy it over, and that can be daunting for a lot of users. So Alex, as well, what are you guys doing on the O3 wallet at the moment to kind of boost up user experience?
Yep. So we're always trying to improve, and as these guys said, make things simpler, and we try to remove all the technical jargon that people who don't use these sort of wallets might be a bit uncomfortable with. But one of the other things that we're looking at is having better on-ramps. So we've just released a crypto swap, so you can buy NEO with other major cryptocurrencies straight in the wallet. And it's all integrated, so you don't really have to worry about much. You just send some Bitcoin to an address and it'll pop up in your wallet there. But another big part of what we're working on is improving the developer experience. So we've released an API that allows developers who potentially don't know much about blockchain or how it all works, so they can integrate their apps without that knowledge, and they don't need to worry about key management or all that sort of stuff. They can just basically use our wallet as a gateway to make payments and sign contracts and things like that. So that's sort of a big part of getting new developers into the space without needing to have the technical knowledge to do it. So.
Speaking on that, Alex, I was actually fortunate yesterday to go around some of the booths at the conference, and I actually got to try, or I didn't so much get to try, but I was watching one of the employees actually showing off the O3 wallet. And this has been something that I've been very curious about, and I want to definitely get an opinion from what you guys are doing on your side as well with your different wallets. But I saw in the O3 wallet that you could actually, not only did you not have to manage a lot of the technical jargon of managing your own crypto funds, but along with that, within the wallet, with the applications that are built into it, I could instantly start swapping, NEO tokens in this case, with a variety of other currencies in the NEO ecosystem. And it didn't require any technical expertise. It didn't require me to download MetaMask or anything complex, and it was built in a mobile interface. And I thought that's huge, because there's one part to all of this. It's sending transactions. That's one thing where we can become our own bank in managing money and not needing a third party, but another is when you want to transfer to other assets. Yeah. So I'd love to hear from you guys. You talked a little bit on the O3 platform and stuff. Are you guys doing anything as well in that regard for the Neon wallet and what you're doing as well, Alex?
Yeah. So first I'll kind of make a general comment that I think that what O3 is doing is really great. I think that's something that for a long time I've pushed for, is that applications, decentralized apps, should not also be wallets, right? It makes no sense for all, if I'm working with 10 different apps, I shouldn't have 10 different wallets. That makes no sense, right? I have to trust 10 different places with my private key. That's crazy. So I think what O3 has been doing is something that we've been wanting to do for a long time, and something that we'll probably push out in the redesign for NeoTracker, is a way to integrate with apps. It's something that was a core tenet of another one of our products that we've been working on. It's called Neo One. It's a development platform. Is really the way that you work with Neo One, our development platform, is in such a way that you actually end up never creating a wallet. Like by default, it integrates with different wallets, and you actually shouldn't be creating a wallet as part of your application. So I think that's really critical for the future of adoption in this space, and something that we'll be doing both with Neo One as well as with NeoTracker.
Awesome. So another thing I'm very curious about as well, I mean, we've been hearing about the stories of Quadriga CX and a lot of exchanges, but there's another side to the security equation, and that can be on the wallet side as well. A lot of people, luckily, it turns out most people report bugs to the team off bug bounties that are given out on wallets before they become a bigger issue for others. But what have you guys been doing on the side of security? Has it been pretty streamlined on the side of developing wallets, or is there new areas that you're focusing into to improve security on current existing wallets that you're working on?
That's a great question. So on the Neon Wallet team, and I'm sure NeoTracker and O3 teams as well, security is definitely at the forefront of basically everything we do. We definitely take security extremely seriously. Recently, before the launch of V2 of Neon Wallet, we had a pretty rigorous audit on the entire application, top down by a crypto security firm in Germany, Cure 53. Luckily, our automated test and manual tests basically covered all of the issues that we had before, but that really thorough audit did expose some minor issues that we were able to cover up. But yeah, basically whenever we take on any new feature work, it's definitely at the forefront of what we do. And we have a pretty large automated test suite, as well as pretty rigorous manual QA process before we put out any release and before we put the wallet out in front of consumers. So.
Yeah. So I think for right now we support a few ways to log into the wallet. Right. We allow people to use just the plain private key or use an encrypted private key. Of course, we encourage people to use their encrypted private key to log into the wallet. In the redesign, we're actually going to try to reduce the chance of people, the main way actually, let me taking a step back, the main way that people lose their funds on NeoTracker is they end up getting phished, right? They go to a website that is not actually NeoTracker and they enter their private key where they shouldn't have. And so one of the things that we're looking at doing for the redesign is kind of reducing the amount of times we actually even show the private key to the user. Like we almost want to make it so that our users can't make that mistake. And so we're experimenting with different login experiences and different ways of registering such that people use a familiar way to log in with an email and password, and maybe adding a layer of two-factor on top of that. And then we, while we're still not going to be custodial, we're not going to actually, we're not going to be like an exchange where we own the private key. We're definitely going to make it, we're going to hold the private key for them in an encrypted form, so that there's less of a chance that they can take that private key and put it somewhere where they shouldn't be putting it.
So if I get that right, kind of like the issue you're running into is the exact same with MyEtherWallet, where there's phishing sites that have a very similar looking internet address in that case. And what you're doing in this case is, again, like you said, you're not really managing the funds for them, but what you can do is by building a login system on the website, by then plugging in the correct login information, they could go through and maybe access a file, maybe wherever their private key is stored on their computer device, but it's in an encrypted way where unless it's the official website, some phishing site wouldn't know how to access that information.
Exactly. And in a lot of ways, what we're, it's similar to what blockchain.info is doing, or blockchain.com now, I guess, I suppose, is what they are. Effectively, we're kind of like an encrypted Dropbox service, right? We don't actually have direct access ever to their private key, but we store it for them in an encrypted form that only they can log, they can only access with the email and password.
That's a fascinating concept. I like that. Are you guys doing anything big, Alex? Any comments or?
Yeah, just on that point of trying to reduce the visibility of the private key so that people don't accidentally lose it or get scammed somehow, is that we offer some backup options with the encrypted version where they can potentially just keep it on their computer or something like that. But also we offer these services that you can connect to without needing your private key to actually connect it. So the service would send you a raw transaction where it would be signed in the wallet and then returned to the service. So the private key is never exposed to any other services. So when you're using something like Switcheo or trading or something like that, you don't actually need to access your private key.
Right, so the secondary application isn't seeing it whatsoever, right? So it's all done in the wallet. Interesting.
Yeah,
well, a lot of interesting approaches, guys. I'm glad you guys are focused on security. I think it's extremely important. One thing I am curious to talk about, though, is with the NEP standard and everything, NEP standard for tokens coming out, a lot of people have been talking about non-fungible tokens. And I think there's a huge market for this in regards to digitizing assets of some sort, which is obviously what NEO is focused on at the moment, building the digital economy. Are you guys currently optimistic at the moment about the potential for non-fungible tokens? Do you think it's going to play a large role in the ecosystem of NEO in the long term, like in the sense of kind of the market share of what's stored on these digital wallets? I guess we can start off with Maxwell and Nicholas.
Yeah, that's another great question. Well, I can't say that we're necessarily actively developing features to incorporate NFTs. I think in general they have a huge potential future in the NEO blockchain. I think the thing that comes up for me time and time again when I think of NFTs are their potential application in gaming, where we can have multiple applications interfacing with the same NFTs and kind of like rendering them in different contexts. And I think gaming is something where unique digital things of value happen time and time again. So I guess it's not a very specific answer, but I think in general, the digital scarcity that NFTs kind of provide by their very nature has a huge potential. So.
Yeah, I think you know, at NeoTracker we're thinking a lot along the same lines. We're kind of watching the space closely to see what NFTs are, you know, start to pop up in the Neo blockchain ecosystem. But as soon as we see the standard finalized and NFTs start to pop up, we'll certainly support them within the NeoTracker wallet.
Yeah, we're pretty much on the same level there. We've been talking to a few projects that are quite excited about it, but yeah, obviously we have to wait until we know exactly how it's all going to work, and we're definitely excited to get something happening. I think one thing about the NFTs too, it's an interesting design problem because your wallet is going to be full of lots of stuff potentially, so we need to figure out how to, you know, show those NFTs like in different, like perhaps dApps or something like that, where you've got one for each project. So that's something that we've been thinking about heavily, but still haven't actually put anything together. So yeah.
One good last question. I would like to get an opinion from all you guys on this one because it's a moral question in the cryptocurrency space. I would say that well over 95% of mainstream users of cryptocurrencies and the 1%, less than 1% of global adoption of the world population that own crypto keep their money on exchanges. So they're working in a space that you guys currently aren't really tackling. You're really focusing right now on building these wallet experiences. And as someone like myself who got into crypto for the opportunity to become your own bank, I mean, the power behind that's immense. But how are we going to make people realize this? And along with that as well, do you all believe that in the future, more and more people will want to become their own bank as crypto goes more mainstream? And as I mentioned before, what are you all doing to, you know, make the ultimate change that you think will lead that other 99% of the world to optimal, or go for the optimal choice of becoming their own bank in that case?
Yeah, I always find it ironic that a lot of people are willing to invest in blockchain, but then they're not actually willing to use the technology. It's definitely confusing to me. But yeah, trusting a third party is basically the antithesis of the entire thing we're trying to do. And so yeah, I think driving people towards trusting the ownership of their assets and their private keys is super important. And it can be achieved, I think, through UI and through front-end development that is self-explanatory, easy to interface with, and just really straightforward. And so that's something the Neon Wallet team is just going to keep harping on it and driving towards, and hopefully keep increasing adoption and having people trust themselves is our goal.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting issue with the exchanges, in that really, you know, I think what it comes down to is users, it's almost too much responsibility to be their own bank currently. And I think what we need to do is with design and with UI and with wallets is to make it feel like it's their, you know, they have less responsibility, or it's like less of a big leap, right? Like today, it's a huge leap to go from my bank that I trust, that like if something goes wrong, I can just call up my bank and they'll probably get it reversed, right? Whereas today in a wallet, if something goes wrong, that's it. There's no reversing it, right? And so it's, and if I lose my private keys, that's it. There's no reversing it, right? And so there's this huge responsibility gap between trusting a third party to kind of handle things for you, and like trusting that they will probably be able to reverse things as if they go wrong, versus doing it all yourself. And so I think we need to try to bridge that gap somehow with UI and design, and making it feel, you know, making people more comfortable with being their own bank.
Yeah, I think I probably reflect that exactly the same. It's about safety of like losing your private keys or something like that, and not being able to access your funds anymore is just too much of a responsibility for most people, especially if they've got a lot of money in there. And like just everyday life, people don't want to think about this kind of thing, so we have to find new ways to have fallbacks for certain situations when something goes wrong. I don't know what that is yet, but I think we'll see companies starting to sort of build these new services that will help you manage your crypto without necessarily holding it or anything like that, but offering some sort of like insurance, or I don't know what it'd be, but at this point, it's still a bit too dangerous for most people to deal with that responsibility, and would rather just pay the $5 a month fee for a bank to look after it and deal with it all. So that's definitely something that we have to do a lot of work on to make it more mainstream.
Well, guys, I wish you all the best of luck in what you're doing. I hope you can take that challenge on and be able to make a better experience than working with exchanges, make management of private keys very simple, and above all, build a good user experience. I've used the O3 Wallet, I've used Neon, used Neon Tracker. Like, it seems like you guys are doing a lot of really good stuff. So thanks for taking the time to speak and answer some questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, everyone.
So these guys clear the stage. I have a few T-shirts here. I have been told that they need to be thrown into the crowd. We'll see if I can do a better job of this than I did yesterday. Slightly better. Oh. There are more for later, so let's see if I can hit the cameraman. No, just kidding. Okay, so that out of the way, I'd like to invite Dr. Yunda Liu. He is the co-founder and CTO of the Seller Network, and he's got a great T-shirt, and I'm wishing I could have one for my child. Anyway, so give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Oh, you need the clicker. Hold on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we will figure out the T-shirt problem. So my talk is about Scale DApps. Basically, you might have heard about this like different terms, off-chain, layer 2, state channels, generic state channels, lightning networks. We might even need a blockchain for the consensus on the term, how we want to call this kind of stuff. But on a high level, right, what is exactly Seller Network? We consider it as more like a coherent off-chain platform with a primary target on scalability. And the scalability actually has two parts of the problem, and we'll go into more details later. But on the 10,000-foot view is simply said there is a layer between the underlying blockchain and the applications. But why we need it, right? So basically, the blockchain has been pretty good. No matter what, if you want to do something with whatever we call layer 2 or state channel development, our SDK is available right now. It's actually has been available for a while, and there are already very exciting projects based on built on top of that. It's available natively on mobile, iOS and Android, and also on web. At the same time, the Seller project has been kind of doing part of the education for developers and for users, and the other part is try to form this layer 2 spec standardization body. So basically, we work with all the other different projects kind of in the same direction. That instead of everyone make your own design or proposal, how about we come together? We actually have a weekly call on that. So basically, all the layer 2 researchers about state channel, about generic state channels, we actually have the virtually sit together to go over what should be the interface. What's the trade-off between the security and the performance? Right? What's the best user experience? We work with Counterfactual for Ethereum and several other projects in Europe. This is kind of what we have been, as part of the fundraising and part of the technical partnership, we have been working with different teams, different public blockchain. And also, again, remember, we kind of are sitting in the middle as a new platform. So we have to work with different blockchain projects and at the same time, all the applications on top of that. Now back to why. The blockchain, again, I remember hearing someone was asking why he feels it's a little bit confusing. More people will just try to invest in this thing instead of using that, right? We are on the same page, but we kind of have our own view of the internet essentially transform the information transfer. So imagine even just 100 years ago, you want to send a message to someone else across the world. How long will it take? How expensive it has to be, right? So they use pigeons, postman, whatever. But now with internet, it's instant because of, it's almost close to light of speed, right? And also, it's more like a streaming experience. It's instead of every individual chunked up envelope, you literally have streaming across the world instantly. We are seeing the same thing could happen for value transfer. So that's why we basically threw a crazy number here. How about we target 1 billion TPS, right? Even half. But of course, on blockchain alone, this can never happen. Right? Imagine all the physics. It's not even about technology, right? So it's basically, can a public blockchain support this number? The answer is simply no. So that's why we say the layer 2 solution has its kind of value for mass adoption, and part of it is for the raw TPS, and the other part is for the latency. So for every fully decentralized blockchain to be secure, you cannot have too aggressive time intervals between blocks, because then you will run into the risk of too many forks, and there are people could be like overwriting the different blocks, and then you also could run into the risk of duplicate transaction in different blocks. But if you ask the user to wait, the user has already been used to the internet latency today, right? When I'm doing a Google search, if you are telling me, come back in 10 minutes, then I'll give you the result. It will never work. So basically, we can also view the latency part is also the key for adoption. How off-chain or layer 2 or state channel can solve this, right? It's kind of a quick refresh of what exactly is the underlying technology. On a high level, it's pretty simple, and you can actually find similar ideas in real life. So before the whole off-chain state channel can happen, there has to be some on-chain operation. It's a one-time thing, but you still need it. Let's say in this case, let's say Alice and Bob just, each of them deposit 10 tokens into this smart contract on-chain. After this, what can happen? So they can effectively, only between them, sending back and forth off-chain transactions without any block or whatever transaction commitment needed from the blockchain. So basically, you get this instant finality, meaning the moment I sign my message to you and you receive it and add your signature back, this transaction is final. Right? No one else can later deny the transaction. And then for all the what we call balance proof, kind of in the state is more like a generic term, but for payment alone, it's just like how much money I owe you and how much money you owe me, right? Remember in the beginning, each of them deposit 10. In the end, no matter how many, it could be even billions or millions of whatever, trillions of transactions between them, back and forth. But in the end, the only thing matters to the on-chain contract is just what is the final number Alice and Bob should have. So in this case, let's say after 47 transactions, now Alice said, this is our latest result between me and Bob. This is basically the token distribution phase. So there's the first thing on-chain to set up the channel. Then we don't care how many transactions happens off-chain. And then in the end, let's say Alice and Bob said, we are done with this. One of them will submit, say, this is our latest distribution of what should be sent to me and to the other party. And in this case, let's say Bob agrees that, yes, this is the right balance. Then the contract will just distribute the initial deposit to both parties, basically exactly following whatever they agreed upon. Now again, right, so people will come to ask, what if one party try to play with the system? What if they try to submit something that's incorrect? Or not exactly incorrect, but more like, let's say, I'm intentionally submitting an outdated agreement. What the other party can do. So basically, they say, using the same example, let's say, when Alice was submitting this 47, actually, Bob has a newer state proof between them, say, Alice should only get 2. Bob should get 18. So the smart contract actually has this kind of logic to say, whichever is the latest takes the priority. So in this case, even though you could have a malicious user try to submit an outdated proof, as long as the other users have the new proof, newer, latest proof, and they can also submit to the on-chain contract to make sure there is no security sacrifice. So in this case, the contract will be always following whatever is the latest agreement between the parties. And this simple construct can be extended to a network. Basically, you don't have to. Another problem initially, people say, oh, if before I even want to have a transaction with some other random address, do I have to always set up a channel with it? No, because with some kind of some term called hash time lock, or in general hash lock, you could actually set up the path as long as there are different channels between you as a source and the final destination. Of course, when you extend a path to a network, that's basically what Lightning started as. So basically, say it's a payment-focused layer 2 network, saying there are hop-by-hop payment channels, and whenever you send out something, it will be relayed by the nodes in the middle. But does it solve all the problem? The short answer is it's still way from done, because what we just described is just a simple idea. Yes, there are some security problems we have to handle in off-chain, but more importantly, if it's payment only, it's still missing the power of smart contracts. So basically we say, let's say I'm trying to develop a D-app game on the blockchain. Let's say it's just a chess or whatever. If you ask people to play on-chain, imagine how long it will take, right? And that could also be another reason there are not many real uses of the blockchain. Not only because it's slow and every single move will cost you a transaction fee. And also, for the economic part, what is missing is for nodes that's actually cooperatively relaying all the payments, what would be the reasonable incentive? And what is the problem for, say, oh, I have to pay a fee per hop? If you just say, oh, instead of your on-chain transaction fee, now it's fee per hop, we actually view it makes the problem worse. So basically, that's all these challenges. They say, just by doing off-chain alone, it solves some of the problem, yes, but it also has its own set of problems. So basically, Stellar Network was basically started to say, let's move over to say this off-chain is the right direction to cut down the latency and also improve the scalability in terms of the TPS. But also at the same time, we're not claiming it's the Holy Grail, solve everything by itself. So basically, we see the new problems arise by choosing this direction, and also have our proposal to say what would be the right solution for new problems. To be a little bit more on the generic, I kind of briefly mentioned the on-chain and versus off-chain. So the example earlier I gave is just two parties agree on a number, right? And now you can say, what if this number can be something arbitrary? Let's say, just like a chessboard state. So this is kind of the classical on-chain game, right? There are many smart contracts that kind of implement this on-chain interactive games, but of course the user number will be very small, because imagine every single move you have to wait. Not only you pay the transaction cost, but you have to wait for the move to be confirmed by the blockchain. In the end, hopefully, when they are both still alive, you can get to the result of the game, and let's say one party wins. But the user experience, many of the panelists talk about this a lot earlier, right? So the user, you could say the users have been spoiled by the internet, right? Actually, we have done some user study. Even you show a spinning wheel, the user is likely to quit your app, right? So this is like, not even talking about say, every single move I have to wait for the spinning wheel. Right? Again, with the generic state channel, or what Stellar has been doing is, in the beginning of the game, there's a powerful construct we call conditional payment. So if you kind of back to the original, say, all the payment happens on blockchain or happens in Lightning Network, it solves the payment itself, which with the assumption should only happen after, let's say you are buying a coffee, you should get your coffee, then you send the payment. Right? So something along the line. But then there's never a semantic saying that I'm sending the payment right now, but this payment cannot happen until the attached condition is true. So this is what generic state channel can enable. Basically, in the beginning of the game, both parties will send to each other, say, I will pay you this amount of stake if you win. Right? So basically, Alice will send to Bob, say, $5 if Bob wins. And Bob, of course, will send one to Alice, say, if you win, you will take my money. But again, at this time, neither party can actually take away the payment because the condition by itself is false. Right? The game doesn't even start. And then this comes just like the earlier off-chain payment, the off-chain back and forth signing of, say, this is my move, this is your move, back and forth with both sides' signature. Right? And again, the latency and the commitment happens instantly between the involved parties. There's nothing needed for the blockchain to confirm. Let's say the game ends and Alice won. Now, the Cellar network enables this kind of, when do you resolve a condition? Basically, we say this is a virtual contract. It's not even deployed on the blockchain. So there's kind of the off-chain messaging protocol that says when the condition is true, how we can resolve it so the payment can happen automatically. So here we show the confirmed payment. Remember, in the beginning, there's another payment from Alice to Bob. That payment condition will be false, so it's automatically canceled. Yeah, again, right, there's nothing like rocket science here, but this kind of the simple idea and built on top of the system enable us to say it could be a chess for this example, but it could actually be arbitrary application state. We actually have some interesting projects based on some Oracle to say, I'm doing streaming payment for a subscription. So every second I'm sending you a payment with the condition your service is up. As long as your service is not up, the payment itself is invalid. So all these things can be enabled by the conditional payment. Now the say economy part. We kind of talk about the fancy technology and the benefit of off-chain. But then I think earlier some of the panelists also point out we have been put too much burden on the user, right? If it's like average user now, they not only need to manage their own private key, they also have to be aware of, say, oh, if at any moment someone else that has played the game with me or whatever, send me payment, suddenly try to dispute on-chain, I need to react. But what if I'm actually traveling in the forest, or I do not even have an internet? So there's kind of all this economic model or like where Cellar token can be used for. One part is for the liquidity backing to solve the centralization risk, like Lightning Network has been kind of showing to the people that it will be more and more centralized to a few nodes that both very rich and also technically capable. We try to make using crowdsource liquidity backing to make sure that as long as you are capable to run a node, you can get the liquidity you need. And the rightmost one, the state guardian network, will answer the problem I mentioned earlier. Say, what if myself is going offline, basically disconnect from the internet? And at the same time, what if my counterparty try to submit an earlier state proof that was benefit to them and actually would hurt me, right? Basically, I have the latest proof, but I do not have the opportunity to submit it to the blockchain, so I will lose. So this is where we say we will have a special sidechain called State Guardian Network. The name actually says it very clearly. It's to guard your state. Before you know you will go offline. It's a little bit like insurance. You know that I'm traveling, I will not have internet for 2 days. You tell the State Guardian Network, say, this is my state. Help me to submit if it's ever needed for 2 days. This kind of the powerful thing is like not like conventional insurance is by amount, but this is actually goes by the time. And the state guardian, the guardians in the state guardian networks will have their work, the probability to do the actual work for you based on their staked Cellar tokens. So in this case, let someone states a little bit more, it actually have the proportional more likely to be chosen by the sidechain to say, yes, number 2, you will take care of Bob's state proof. If anyone else is trying to submit an incorrect one, it's your responsibility to submit whatever Bob told you. And of course, we never assume every state guardian node will be honest. So there's also this penalty mechanism, a little bit like the POS mechanism. So if you didn't do your work and can be proven by other nodes, your deposit will be like basically slashed. Yeah. So on the high level, a seller token will directly translate to, in the state guardian network, your income flow, because the user will pay in whatever underlying blockchain token, that this is my willingness to pay you if you do the work. And how it's the actual guardian is picked is based on the stake seller token. And the loss recovery speed is basically talking about how long we will wait. So basically say, I know I will be back in 2 hours. I only need the state guardian network to guard my state for 2 hours. So that's very simple. Yeah. There are, again, right, so our white paper has like more than 70 pages, and half of them actually have a formulary in there. So there are different problems, like how do you optimize the off-chain payment routing, and there are kind of the new word that's different from, the consensus problem the public blockchain need to solve. But the layer 2 itself has its own set of problems. Right? So for anyone are interested, you're welcome to check our website and also white paper, and we can discuss offline. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so we have one more presentation before we break for lunch. I'd like to bring to the stage Fu Xinyin. He is the architect at OnChain. Please give him a round of applause.
Hello everyone, I'm Fu Xiang. I'm the architect from OnChain. Today I will give you a brief introduction about the ONI, a sharing infrastructure, which is based on the layer 2 technology. So first of all, what is ONI? ONI is an independent protocol layer between the application and the blockchain. We're using it to build up a platform to provide the decentralized storage and sharing services. And in my opinion, most of the blockchain of the world can using this platform to serving their user. And the user on different dApps, they don't need to exchange the token or coins to a special one, and they don't need to know how many nodes running these services and which consensus algorithm is using. They just call this protocol API directly and pay the token in their dApps. So why we invented this infrastructure? Nowadays, most of our applications running on centralized networks. And there are several problems in these environments. Privacy security is being challenged all the time. And the high idle rates of network and hardware resource, it's caused a lot of waste. And the people, if people have the same copyright data, they cannot exchange their copyright data and sharing the data to each other. And for the service provider, if you want a better user experience, you should buy expensive hardware, software, and network bandwidth. It's also the process of consuming copyright content is opaque and too complex for the copyright holders. It makes different application providers, they should buy redundant storage and CDN for the same copyright content. So according to this issue, we start to develop this platform. So what benefit can we earn from this ONI protocols. First of all, the data is stored in decentralized networks, and people can access the decentralized sites like the internet. Then, no host server is needed. So the data is shared at a high speed between the IoT devices. And the third, copyright content can be used by different applications, and the transaction fee can be paid automatically to the copyright owner. And the last one is application user can benefit from the sharing downloaded data, and the service provider will reduce the cost on the storage and the network bandwidth. So the next question is, why is layer 2 based? Look at this slide. The layer 1 is the blockchain. It is the protocol layer chart of the ONI platform. The blockchain layer, they have many different blockchains, and they have their own coins, different consensus algorithm, different confirmation time, different VM, different smart contract, different dApps. But they all use the same protocol, or ONI protocol API. And the layer 2 is the ONI platform. It will provide the decentralized storage and the sharing services to other blockchains, and it's using the cross-chain protocol to mapping the other blockchains assets. The user on different blockchains just lock their assets on specific smart contracts on their own blockchain. And for the application layer, the fast data transfer and the transaction confirmation makes improve the user experience. And the uniform decentralized access protocol and the multi-token supported will make the development of API interface much more easier. And the deployment of storage and sharing will make the integration of different blockchain with this platform much more quickly. Then low or zero transaction fee will encourage user to entering different blockchains economic. Then I will introduce the ONI frameworks. What can we get from these frameworks? We will provide the cross-chain protocol, the smart contract, the ONI file system, and the PDP algorithm. We also provided the DNS checker and state channel. For the application developed, we will provide a DSP SDKs, which will make the integration with this protocol much more easy. And from the node aspect, we will give you the browser, DS node, FS nodes, wallet, chain node, and other debug tools you needed in integrate this platform. Then I will describe how the ONI platform works. In the center of these web networks, there are several blue nodes, which we call it decentralized storage networks. It will providing the data slicing and the redundant storage. It's also using a periodic PDP algorithm to check the file data stored in different FS node. And it has an incentive model to encourage FS node to provide their service. And it also has a content contract protocol. It will make the data owner, it will give the data owner much more control strategies of their data. Around these blue nodes, we will set up a DNS networks, which we call it decentralized sharing networks. It will help transforming, exchanging PDP P2P sharing information between the clients and the FS nodes. Then the state channel will be running on this. The state channel will be running on these networks, and it's also provided DNS and router proxy services, which makes the services discovering on these networks much quickly and smart. And next, I will give you a simple steps to show how the sharing services is running. At first, the client will set up and it will connect to the DNS node. Then we'll create a state channel between each other. Then the clients will send the request URL to the DNS node. The request URL maybe get from the website, get from any social network, get from get from anything else. Okay, and the DNS node will translate this URL to a hash string and find some specific peers. These peers, including the FS node and the clients. Then the clients will handshake with each other and begin to transfer the data slice. One payment will for one data slice. After the clients receive the first data slice, it will push the slice information to the DNS nodes, and it helps the other clients to find these data slice on these clients. And at last, I will introduce these platforms' progress and our future plan. This platform or protocol we have been developed for months, several months, and now we have done the PDP algorithm, the file system, the P2P modular, and the channel, state channel, the DSP SDKs, and we plan to launch the testnet at the end of the next month. And also at the end of Q2, we will start to open source, and I believe that more public blockchains will join this testnet, and we will start it to design the copyright contract. And at the end of Q3, the version 1 will be released, and more public blockchains will join this mainnet, and we will complete the only DNS service. Okay, that's all. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
So with that, we are at lunch. We are running a little bit ahead of schedule, so I don't think lunch is quite set up out there. We will be back here in the main room at 1:30, and I will see you then. There will probably be T-shirts to be given out at that point, so make sure you come back on time. Okay. We ready with the live stream? Check that before it came up. Okay, hope everybody had a good lunch. As promised, we have a few t-shirts to toss into the audience. That guy's doing jumping jacks. Okay, one more break, one more round of t-shirts later today. So, without any further ado, I'd like to bring up Fabio Cianes. I'm going to butcher your name, Fabio. I'm very sorry. Luckily, they picked somebody who's very bad at pronouncing names to be the MC. Anyway, Fabio is the co-founder of City of Zion and Nash. We are switching, by the way, the morning was all about blockchain deep dive. This afternoon, we're going to be talking more about DApps patterns and practices. So please give it up for Fabio.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Hi, hello. It's great to be here. 1 year after we started everything in San Francisco, that was the first event of NEO in US. So it's a long journey that I'm so happy to be here again. I want to talk about distributing finance to everyone here. So everybody knows that both from City of Zion and Nash, we have been driving this different way of thinking of blockchain. So we are trying to take blockchain from a business perspective where blockchain is the infrastructure where we build this financial system of the future. So we believe that blockchain is going to be the infrastructure for digital assets, and the way we go forward on society is increasing how society is digital. So I want to talk about Nash for you guys and what Nash actually is, because there's a lot of confusion talking Nash is an exchange, but Nash is a financial platform for the future when the economies are digitalized. So NEO is a great partner because NEO is about the smart economy. And that's why we are thinking together on how we drive things forward. So the first thing is, most people is already familiar with our project. It's called Neon Exchange, which has the token NEX. We did a rebrand, but we kept the name for the token because that's the ticker on the smart contract. We have a new brand, we have a new image, we have a new look and feel that I think is great. Nash is going after one major problem of cryptocurrencies. So if we are going to be mainstream, if this is going to be really the backbone of a future digital economy, we need to solve the problem of self-custody. So the first thing that we're going to attack head-on is the fact that 99% of cryptocurrency trading actually take places on centralized exchanges. And in the moment that your assets are on these exchanges, they are not crypto anymore. They are merely representations of what crypto actually is. So that's where we're going to go forward. We want to offer a platform where you can keep your funds, where you can trade your funds, you can use your funds while still being crypto, while still being in control. So how we get there? That's why people are saying, oh, Next is a DEX, is because to get there, we need a DEX, right? So if we are going to achieve the goal of being crypto, we need to be able to trade assets. So Next is a fully decentralized exchange where users are in control of their assets during all times. It offers the same user experience as the best centralized services. So people is already familiar with this new digital form of banking. So everybody today has some banking app, maybe it's Venmo, PayPal, whatever. People know that this is the best user experience, and that's where we should be aiming for. To do that, Next combines the security and the speed with the functionality that we're aiming for. That's a lot of promises that's very hard to achieve. So how we get there? We get there with revolutionary UI. To do revolutionary UI, you need revolutionary technology. Our technology is based on what we have been calling an off-chain matching engine. So what does being off-chain means? It means that we are doing some computation, in the case is the matching, outside the chains. But to be trustless, we need to sign contracts and we need to do handshakes in the platforms that people hold their assets. So you can see here in this slide, there's a state channel smart contracts. This is deployed on NEO, this is deployed in Ethereum, this is deployed in Bitcoin elsewhere. So these contracts, these scripts, they hold this state channel system, which the matching engine manages. And that interacts with user wallets. So I'm going to show you guys here what is revolutionary UI for the DEXs, what is revolutionary UI for wallet. I have to say, this is currently ongoing on security auditing, and it will be ongoing security auditing for a while. We work with many different partners because these are new protocols. We are talking here about not just one protocol, we're talking about one protocol for state channel management, one protocol for zero knowledge management of keys, and one protocol for interacting with the keys management to the state channel management. So to actually be secure with it, we need to have many testings. User testing is more regarding UI and UX. And we have always been saying that Next will launch when we are happy with the interface. So the Nash Exchange will launch when we are happy with the experiences that users have on that. And how can we say that we are happy if the users are not using it? So that's why we want to get our more passionate users. So some very wise business people said that you need to find passionate users about your product and listen to them. That's what we want to do. So what is revolutionary UI with great security? It's something that looks a lot like the services that you know that are centralized. So if you think about the best systems that are centralized, they look exactly like this. And that's exactly what we want. And we want to push forward. So you have a website that you log in naturally with your email and password. And through a complicated protocol of key management, you get your keys at your client. And the way it looks like is as if you are logging in any centralized service that you know. And after that, you have your wallet here for NEO, for Ethereum, for Bitcoin, for all other chains that we want to support in the future, that you can manage your assets, see your transactions, and stake your coins. I'm showing this because I believe this is going to change a lot how this looks like. The technology behind the protocols are there, they are implemented, and they are solid. But we want to work with the users how this is going to look like. And this is how an advanced exchange at Nash looks like. So it's exactly the same experience we would expect from the best trading of Forex today. So you have a very snap and fast interface, and you can do cross-chain as if you are doing cross-chain in a centralized exchange. So it's very common, this kind of transactions here on centralized exchange. So you are trading NEO for F and F for NEO as if there was nothing holding you back. And that's the same user experience we want to bring there. How we do that? Using state channels. This is how we're going to buy crypto using fiat. So all the protocols to interact with the partners that provide fiat on and off ramp, they are behind here, the interface. They are deployed to the client. And just deploying to the client is not enough. Our client is coded in such a way that we call it's adversarial. So our client does not trust the server who is sending the front end. There's a protocol where the client becomes trustworthy of receiving what the front end server is sending. This is something that we have never been seen done in this space. So 3 products. A great wallet for funds management, a great exchange for trading, and a great way to go in and off of crypto. 3 products in one platform. And they are being ready and launched for the community on March 31. We will invite every user of our community to, on March 31, use our products to trade, pay, invest from top to bottom in many chains, cross-chain, with no latency. Our goal is to provide revolutionary UI, and we continue to strive on technology as a reason to get there, as a motive, how we get to bring everybody to digital economy. So if we move forward in this future, how people are going to interact with digital assets should be as natural as they use centralized service today. And we are in US, and I'm very happy that we're going to support US soft launch. You know, I am Brazilian, and I can say this. US is not going to win a Brazilian bureaucracy. Yeah? Oh, I know bureaucracy. We can play that game. So we have the licenses for money transmitter license in several states. We're going to continue to pursue those licenses. And we are going after every license to allow us to do the user experience that we want to provide. And we, as you all know, we're not only following compliance, we want to push compliance forward. So the same way we worked with the European Union to launch the first public offering of a security token, we want to help every other place that we work to have more forward-thinking digital economy laws. This is how Nash is going to look like, and this is how Nash is looking like now. So this is just the launch of our new UI, or how our brand looks like, so you can enter Nash.io and be part of this new change. I think it's a beautiful site, and I have to congratulate all the team on the amazing design and on the amazing implementation. And together with it, we are launch a referral program where we're going to give away $100,000 in Bitcoin and 46,000 Nash tokens. So to win is very easy. You need to have a referral code, and this is by invite only until we will open the exchange to everyone. So to enter on the referral code, you can use one of these cards that we are distributing here. It has a code in the back, right? Or you can be a member of our community where we're going to send a message for you, a private message for you in the next few hours with a code for you to join our referral program. I want to show a video for you guys about this referral program and how this looks like. Yeah. So the more people you invite to be part of the digital revolution, the best the chances you are. And we have always catered for our community. So we want to continue to work together with the community to refine the product. And we want to continue to work the community to give the most value we can to our investors. And Nash loves developers. We are DEF CON, so I need to have at least a few slides about developers. And everybody knows that the 5 founders of Nash came from Seed of Zion. We try to put a lot of code open source, so have Tom did NeoPython, Ethan did Neon Wallet, and Fabian built a lot of things. He's now heading the Russian initiative. So we continue to love developers. We are developers at heart. So to be developers at heart, we want to provide the best user experience for developers also. So it's not enough for us that the user has the best user experience when he keeps his funds, when he trades, and when he invests. We also want that people build on top of platform have the best tools to build so. So we want that interacting with a decentralized exchange made by 3 complex protocols is as easy as coding any centralized server. So to do that, we are offering a GraphQL API that can be transported through WebSockets or HTTP transports. So you can easily port your current HTTP systems to it. And we are providing Python SDK, Go SDK, and TypeScript SDK. And this is not an SDK that is just a wrapper around the API. Because we are Python, Go, and TypeScript developers, we know that you, as a Python developer, want a Pythonist API. So I'm going to show here what is a Pythonist API dealing with a decentralized exchange. So this is a GraphQL Python API dealing with a DEX through 3 complex things to list all the balances in your account. So with 10 lines of code, being 6 of those comments and definition, you can list all your assets in 5 different chains in decentralized manner. That's how you bring best user experience for developers. And that will be launched together with the system on March 31. We're gonna open source our 3 SDKs for everyone. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks very much. So we have got a video. Coming up next is Stephen and Alex. They are the CEO and CTO of Bridge Protocol. Got a video that they're going to start with, and then they'll be up. Give them a round of applause when they do.
Identity is what makes us all unique. From the way we shop, travel, and connect with the world around us, it allows us to identify with one another and maneuver through both physical and digital worlds. However, this interconnectivity comes with its own set of challenges. People no longer have control over their sensitive information. The more data we share, the less control we have over it. We no longer get to decide who sees or profits from it. And that opens the door for bad actors. Our identity is our unique DNA. It's what sets us apart from one another. But in this digital world, our identities are more vulnerable than ever. We regularly disclose more information than we need to for services that we deem free. These services can come at a very high cost. But luckily, Bridge Protocol strives to reduce this cost, creating a world where you decide who sees your data, and you determine the data you want to be seen. A world where you control your identity. Bridge Protocol is the future of digital identity. Utilizing blockchain technology, Bridge assures safe and secure identity verification for both the user and businesses alike. Users can digitize their identity with the Bridge Passport, all without having to store any sensitive information. Digital certificates are created from metadata, keeping your sensitive information securely off the blockchain and establishing instant points of trust for both the user and business. These claims are vague by intent, preserving anonymity. Whether your business needs to verify age, residency, or any additional claim, Bridge delivers comprehensive compliance checks through trusted verifiers. The Bridge extension allows users to send their NEO address along with their verified identity, ensuring businesses get what they need to be compliant and nothing more. Take control of your identity. Bridge. Identity secured.
Well, can you hear me? How's everybody doing? I'm Steve Hajduchek of Bridge Protocol. I'm the CEO. I'm here with Alex Guba. He's our CTO. Thank you to our creative team for making compliance sound cool, and hopefully we won't try to bore you too much, but we're happy to be here, guys. Neo's thrown a great event. We had tons of Starbucks, and we tried the new Seattle hot dogs, so that was pretty cool too. So without further ado, we'll get into it. So the first thing that we wanted to tackle under Bridge was obviously the blockchain element, but when you pull that back, it's really, where's the problem, and that's what the cost. So, we saw traditional know your customer KYC, anti-money laundering compliance was expensive. $2 for some of the most basic checks, up to $60 for accredited investor checks. So that's things that you're seeing in these STOs now, TGEs, whatever the new term may be. It's very expensive and kind of limits this whole space on what it was supposed to do for community involvement and participation. So those are one of the things that we wanted to tackle with this solution. And it's a compliance tool out of the box. So what that means is the business doesn't have to go in and try to figure out what kind of, do I need this watch list? Do I need to certify this passport? How do I do this accredited investor check? It's already done for them and explained very, very easily. And with our system, the users only verify once. So I'm sure we've all been there, multiple exchanges, send your passport with a selfie. There's a cost for that. Not only are you sending your information, but that business also has to pay that KYC verifier. So by doing this one time through a trusted party, kind of eliminates that element. And now we're seeing a call from regulators all over the world. And what that means is they want better tracking, we want better compliance, and we see that buzzword around here. But what that means is there's been traditional securities regulations, there's been financial instruments that need these things when you go into your bank to open an account, different things like that. So we're just standardizing that. And what that means is we found that a Chrome extension, regardless of what blockchain you're using, it's more simple for the user, and that's what we really wanted to hit home. Another thing we saw was businesses are coming to us and saying, what do we need, like I mentioned? Do we do a Reg D or Reg S for accredited investors? How do I certify those documents? We need a streamlined way to do that. Do I need to make sure I use facial recognition in my document verification? What is a good standard of due diligence? And those are things that we provide out of the box. So you're seeing a space of this, and obviously it's a good thing as a business. When there's other players in this space, that means that there's a business need. So we're seeing a lot of different companies come in with social media scoring, transaction history ID, companies like Chainalysis that will track them, blacklist them, whitelist them from exchange issues and things like that. But the social media scoring is, in my opinion, a bit of a not a good way to identify somebody. We all know there's a lot of bots on Telegram, there's a lot of bots on Twitter and LinkedIn, and quantifying somebody's identity that way, I don't think is good. So you need a good onboarder, a safer onboarder to bring them onto the digital world, and that's what we do. One of the other big words that we hear is this GDPR. There's multiple doctrines, it's expensive, and that's kind of one of the things that with the blockchain identity and the way that we architected this is the business doesn't need to worry about GDPR from the sense of we know what it is, we can deal with this. When they use something like Bridge, we shift the power back to the user. So once for that sole intent that your ID is secured, you go through the process, they get a Bridge passport, you have these claims of over 18 or accredited investor or not, that allows them to say, hey, I can control my identity. That exchange doesn't hold that information anymore, and it's pretty darn cool because that means you don't need to deal with regulators anymore hitting you with a big fee. And as you can see here, the cost is almost 3 times as much, rather to be a non-compliance than compliance. So we can bring a cheaper solution from the beginning, and that will give them the tools to say, hey, if it's easier and cheaper, we'll hit it from the get-go.
All right, thanks, Stephen. So now, as we're talking about Bridge Protocol, what is it? From more of a technical perspective, at its core, there's 3 elements of the Bridge Protocol network. The first is really about a secure claims transmission protocol. So when we're talking about identity, it's really, our identity is made up essentially of a collection of claims about us. Are we over the age of 18? What's our name? What's our social security number? So really, it's about these reusable, portable claims that can be securely transmitted in a peer-to-peer fashion in use for both authentication and authorization purposes. You're allowed to use a service. Well, we're going to authorize you based on these claims. It's also a network of trusted partners. On the Bridge Protocol network, we are verifying these partners on the network that when you go to submit those claims about yourself, you know who you're submitting them to. And also, it's a data verification marketplace. And this is the most interesting to the community. Verifiers, they want to verify different types of information, your name, address, phone number. Also, it could be things like a college degree or a certification in an industry. third parties can actually offer their services on the Bridge Protocol network for a fee to be able to offer this to end users to extend the marketplace, extend the types of claims you can put in the passport, and really build out the ecosystem. Now, all this sounds complicated, but we've made this easy to use and integrate into all your systems. So we've decided on a web browser-based, browser extension-based interface that will let users who have no tech or crypto experience easily and effortlessly take advantage of the power of the NEO blockchain and the other supported chains. And it's really with the simple one-click deployment and cross-platform support, some of the deployment challenges for IT staff and other individuals is mediated. So users are in control. Obviously, user data security is a big issue these days, and users manage their own payloads, and they are empowered to manage that data, sending that data only to the people they choose when they choose. And for the IT folks, it's containerized. So this is going to reduce your upfront development costs, lower your integration times, and it's going to seamlessly integrate with your existing workflows and infrastructure. As some of you might know, in Q4, we did a community beta. And with that, we had launched the final version of the Bridge Protocol key server contract onto the NEO mainnet. We also launched our production microservice and APIs. We launched a version of the Bridge Protocol extension on Chrome exclusively. And as far as the verification process, we had over 100 community members go through the process end-to-end, taking their real-world identity, translating that into their digital identity claims, and using that on the network. For all of you in this room or out there watching, if you participated, thank you, and we heard your feedback. So now to the good stuff. So March, we've heard your feedback. We have the network. We're now announcing in March 2019, we're going to be doing the Bridge Protocol open launch to the public. So for the Bridge Protocol open launch, we're going to be doing version 1. We've done substantial network infrastructure upgrades, and we've also reduced the network fees for services. We've also made major upgrades to the claims protocol since the beta. And based on your feedback, we've heard what you said, and we actually took the extension experience, revised the experience, and then we now support Chrome, Firefox, and Opera, and other Chromium-compliant browsers. We revamped and created a new Network Explorer to provide transparency for transactions and other activity on the network. And we're now going to also release samples and documentation on how you can get your hands on this and integrate it into your DApps and websites. Another announcement we'd like to make is that we are going to be open sourcing the critical components of the Bridge Protocol, namely the SDK, the extension client, some of the integration modules, and the other containers, so really the community can start to really truly get in here, integrate, and even help us extend the protocol. In addition to that launch, we're talking about verification providers and types of claims on the network. Our major initiative of 2019 is announcing a really exciting project called Project AVER that is going to be intelligent identity verification using the latest AI, machine learning, and computer vision to provide the highest level of fidelity in identity verification from the real world to digital. We're going to be able to do digital verification, document verification for all government-issued identities worldwide with advanced fraud detection. We're going to be doing real-time video and image analysis to pull attributes about the person like facial recognition, ethnicity, age, gender assumption, national language detection, and also some geographic tracking and attributes like that to really get a good picture of who's sitting behind that computer trying to attest to their real identity and get that into the digital world and really identify them.
And this goes back to what I was saying, really concerning with the cost. And I think this is the coolest thing for this space. So you look at all these token economies. You know, we want to bring traditional businesses and players in here, and you pull back that layer, and what were we doing? We were middlemaning our network partners and trying to offer this service and garner adoption. So these businesses are looking for this service, and this allows us to say, hey, we provide this service for half the cost of the cheapest in the market. And trust me, we've talked to over 10 providers in this space, and they're not going to be able to compete with what we've built here. And this will really garnish not only the whole KYC AML compliance, but it will also complement the Bridge Protocol network. So that's really what we wanted to hit home there. Besides basic due diligence, as Alex mentioned, we have geolocation tracking through browsers, so some of the best new technology that you can get when it comes to facial recognition and identity verification. So it's pretty cool. And not only will this help STOs or exchanges, but we have different watch lists that check politically exposed persons and Medicare, finance, as you can see. it's a pretty broad spectrum. So in terms of adoption and wanting to get into different markets, the sky is the limit as far as we can sell it. So we're pretty excited about that, and it's going to reduce time under a minute. Most checks can be done. The bridge extension, I hope some of you guys have checked out. If not, please do. It's a very easy process. The claims are there, and this will help speed that up as well. And I think that's it. And we really appreciated being here, and I hope you guys enjoyed the video and our talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Next up, I'd like to bring Alan Fong. He is the co-founder of City of Zion and Moonlight. Please give him a round of applause.
Alright, so hey guys, thanks for being here for my talk about Moonlight. There is a lot to cover, so I might be going a bit quick. So basically, oh come on, does this not work? Alright, so who am I? Basically, I'm the co-founder of Moonlight. I've been part of the largest neo-dev community, City of Zion, co-founded it, and I've been pretty involved with those in the past years. So, what's my business case? Now, last year, in order to illustrate our business case, I made up a fun example you might recognize. I know I've been reading the YouTube chat, so I'll give you a hey, 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 just for fun. But this year, we have a real example in the news that I think works way better. So does anybody recognize where this photo is from? You can go ahead and shout it out. Fire Festival, yeah, that's right. It's Fire Festival. So for those who don't know, Fire Festival was this 2017 luxury music festival that basically promised everything. You got gourmet meals, big bands, you got to hang out with celebrities. And, well, we all know how that turned out. I don't see any celebrities there. Doesn't look like luxury to me. So, Fire Festival was run by these two entrepreneurs, Billy McFarland and this guy called Ja Rule. And I call them entrepreneurs, but really, they were scammers. And in fact, this guy was such a terrible scammer, they had to put it next to his name on Wikipedia. So you can tell that he caused a lot of pain to a lot of people, some more than others. And if you don't know who this guy is, ask someone next to you. I'm not explaining it up here. But how did they manage to get so many people to buy into their scheme? That's the question. It turns out it was really, really easy. They promoted using social media influencers and celebrity endorsements. And somehow people believe these guys simply by virtue of being famous. Because of undeserved faith in their name, and none of these people had any qualifications, unless Snapchat counts. None of these people knew what was going on with the festival, and people's trust was basically bought and paid for through these celebrities and influencers. And obviously, crypto has those issues as well. Sometimes, like in this example, they have no idea they're being used in the scams. And I gotta say, it's got to be really embarrassing getting scammed because you didn't watch The Notebook. And obviously, of course, sometimes they're 100% complicit. From movie stars, to athletes, to fashionistas, to North Korea's only professional basketball player. Just gonna let that sear into your retinas for a second. So, it isn't just celebrities, though, that people through blind faith assign arbitrary qualification to. A huge number of people do it every day all over the world. And there's a plague of what I call qualification exaggeration. And that's because it's just so easy for people to do. And exaggeration, it's a big word. It makes it seem pretty harmless. Oh, I was just exaggerating. How many times have you heard that in your life? All the time. And sometimes they use a smaller word, like inflation, which is fun. You inflate balloon animals. But really at the core, these things are lies. Falsehoods that take advantage of faith. And even the places you go first for information, the places you trust, still have no guarantee of the truth. And a lot of people will take advantage of this to make personal gain. And that is something we call fraud. Despite what Ja Rule says, obviously. So fraud in crypto is rising, and we know this for a fact. You can see right here, these figures are just for Ethereum alone, and you can see that it's grown significantly year over year. It's been estimated that the cost of fraud, all fraud, not just in crypto, is about $4.2 trillion annually, which is a massive amount. And if you think about the normal huge amounts in your life, by comparison, the New England Patriots, for example, the Super Bowl champions are worth just $3.8 billion, which is a lot, but in comparison to the amount you're losing through fraud, you could buy the Patriots 1,000 times over with the amount due to fraud every single year. Lost due to scams, lost due to misplaced faith, all of that. So it's pretty accurate to say that we have an issue on our hands. And yeah, our graphic designer did put over 1,100 of those individually up there. So round of applause for that guy. Yeah, there you go. Good job, James. All right. So how do we take a step towards eliminating our reliance on pure faith and move to a true trust that you have reason to believe in, which isn't just words? Well, for us, we start with the workforce, and we start with 3 milestones. We call these 3 parts Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo. And let's start with Copernicus, which is all about profiles. So everybody has profiles on a bunch of different websites, and a profile is basically just who you are. With Moonlight, we allow anonymity, and we also offer some things like optional KYC, so you know if you're dealing with a specific person. And you can log in with your favorite social platforms, making account creation really simple. And our headlining feature is something we call creation of trustless digital resumes. So the trustless resume is actually why it can be anonymous. Basically, trusting or faith is not the same thing as knowing exactly what you're getting. Moonlight is a work platform where the records of the work you do are published automatically to a public blockchain. So that allows for easily identifiable data. So for example, if you are a JavaScript god, instead of just saying it on a platform where you can say anything, it's possible to immediately show people real proof of how quickly you've done your work, how well you've done your work, what skills you've shown to have through your work, and over time you will build up this reputation, your resume. And right now people try to gauge competency by doing interviews, but those take time and money and are actually really terrible if you want to get an idea of a candidate's capability. According to a Yale School of Management study, interviews actually led participants to make worse predictions. Our simple recommendation for those making screening decisions is not to use them. These interviews don't even lead to hires a lot of the time, and that's just a waste of everybody's time. Our second part is called Kepler. And Kepler is all about recruiting people with trustless resumes. You'll be able to matchmake with the right people based on your needs and their proven skill sets, even instantly create teams of people based on what you need. And you can pay them in whatever way you want, including crypto. So I don't know if you guys are exactly aware of the gravity of this, but there's really nothing like this yet on the market, and it will 100% be a game changer. I mean, if you think about it, if you want to create a startup, getting the right people together is half the battle. So we're providing an amazing capability that really hasn't been seen before. People bid on tasks in what we call the marketplace. You bid with how long you think the task will take, not the price, since the price of the task is already set by the job issuer. So that means people are incentivized to complete jobs quickly. The bids and actual durations are published to the blockchain, and those build your resume and its reputation. So if you, for example, keep promising work done faster than you actually do it, people will actually be able to see that, and our system can even adjust for that. So by using the job resolver's historical data and their current bid for whatever job they're bidding on, you can generate a more accurate time estimate that's specific to the task and the resolver. To make it really, really simple, basically the platform lets you know how well the resolver will probably do and how long it's probably going to take you. So we also support something called task dependencies, which is really important for larger projects. Sometimes tasks depend on each other. Like, for example, if you want to build a car, you have to assemble wheels before you assemble the car. And these different tasks are taken care of by different people with different skill sets. So you can look at the time estimates for every single person in your team, which is really, really helpful if you want to manage them. And something else we can do, which is really awesome, is that before giving someone a task, you can actually experiment with what-if scenarios by swapping different candidates in and out. So by running a simulation on our network model, you can project the impact of each change to your project's completion window. So it's really super convenient if you don't know just exactly who you need for the job. And our third part is called Galileo, and it's all about project management. So project management might be in some ways the most important part of getting bigger jobs done. We'll be offering a full suite of PM tools for those who really know how to make the best of a team, and we'll also be including the ability to collaborate with multiple teams, use a number of APIs to supercharge your workflow, and even take advantage of something we call external systems. And what is that? And what that means is basically, for example, if you have a render farm and you want to render jobs, someone could submit job files through Moonlight to your external system, return with a product, and then you get paid for that. It's really that simple, and it takes advantage of a whole lot of things for max productivity. And of course, that's not the only external type of system it's limited to, but that's one fantastic example. We're actually partnering with VDT right now to help provide that. So the last important thing right here I'd like to reinforce is that Moonlight scales. And what that really means is that every single other platform out there, Fiverr, Freelancer, etc., they only do, Uber, Lyft, they only do one thing, which is like one-on-one person things. It's like a person will drive you from here to there, or they will make you a logo, or they will pick up your groceries. It's always one task at a time. And the reason for that is because it's hard enough already to trust one random person. With multiple people, you don't know. Who knows if your job will ever get done, because even one bad egg can spoil the entire thing. And the more people, the higher your risk grows. Well, with our system, because of the trustless resume, you can hire 1, 10, or even 20 people at the same time, while knowing how they'll interact, knowing your timeline, and knowing that they're skilled. There's no other project on the earth that can do this right now, but we're working on it, and it's really exciting what will be possible with this. So we have another initiative that we call Constellation, which is not part of the Moonlight platform per se, but it will benefit the ecosystem it will be in. So what it is a decentralized identity initiative to standardize between projects and hopefully different blockchains. Because right now there's really not much of a standard about how to handle ID information in this space. And we think that will be really important in order to get more people to adopt these kinds of products. So you can think of it as a sort of USB or evasive consortium for blockchain ID. Of course, we're not the only member. You might have actually seen some of our members presenting up here today. And if you want to get a really quick summary of what I've been talking about these past few minutes, you can find this graphic that summarizes everything on our website. So, where are we now? Well, we're actually pretty far along with our first iteration, Galileo, as I talked about. And when you begin with the platform, of course, you'll log in with this simple, beautiful home screen with a number of login options. You can see those below. Simple account creation. Just input an image and name. It's that simple. And you can start off by entering your previous work experience, like with any other website. And now remember, this kind of self-input information isn't validated by our system. It's not literally the work you've done and then gone through the blockchain and confirmed. So our matchmaking is not going to take that into account. But this is a way for people to get started and provide more information before they have built up their trustless resume. So while we start on the same level of playing ground as many other platforms out there, that's always going to be our base. We can always go higher than that. And of course, you can define what skills you want to advertise as having. And you'll also have an easy way to view and manage all your data and profiles. Actually, there's something I didn't mention before, is that you can create more than one profile with the same account. And it's actually really cool, and I have no idea why no other platform does it. So what I mean by more than one profile, well, here's an example. Say you're great at dog training, and you're also a great photographer and a bulldozer operator. I don't know, there are a lot of bulldozer operators or something. And you want to be available to do all these jobs. The fact is, if you saw this dog training, bulldozer operating photographer on Fiverr, I mean, what would you think? You probably think, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. You might think it's a joke account. And in the end, you might end up looking for someone with only one type of expertise. This guy only does bulldozer driving. He must be good. You know what I mean? It's the way that people's minds work. With multiple profiles, you can split these up into different skill sets, into different profiles, and reduce that kind of bias, and reduce everything down to what that person can be proven to provide for each skill set. So I think they'll be really useful for people that have a bunch of different skill sets and want to work on all of them. No other platform provides this. So here's another view of what you can do. This one focuses on your education. Of course, it's not validated. In the future, there may be a way to do that. And of course, you can edit your information anytime you want. It gets really detailed, so be prepared to spend as much time as you want. And again, you can get really, really specific about everything you've done. So we give you the ability to maintain full control over your data and your account with no gimmicks, no funny business whatsoever. You can see exactly what is available about you, and we make it really easy for you to deactivate your account if you don't want it anymore. Unlike some companies that like to bury that ability beneath 20 layers of menus that you have to go through. You probably know the ones I'm talking about. And security is also super important to us, so you'll also be able to verify with 2FA, among other things, and all the comforts you should be familiar with, especially if you hold any crypto. If you're not using 2FA right now, you should probably do it. And of course, you can easily see your activity and devices from the dashboard. Again, unlike some other companies that like to bury this information. There's really no reason to bury that, by the way, so I have no idea why they do that. But I think it's a really nice looking platform, don't you think? Yeah. Round of applause to our designers, by the way. Thank you. Our designers, well, thank you. All right. So that's all I'm going to show you guys today. We've got a lot of amazing stuff cooking, so why don't you guys keep an eye out. You can read our white paper at this URL, tinyurl/moonlightwp, or you can go to our website. So you can message me at my address up here at the top, or go through the other options I have up there. So thanks for being here, and we look forward to bringing out a great product this year.
Thanks, Alan. Great talk. Next up, we have Sean Chen. He's from Black Hat. And then after this, we will have a panel to talk about games in blockchain. So everybody give a round of applause for Sean.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry that you need to suffer my accent today. And this is my second time English speech, so be kind to me, okay? Thank you. And here is the thing. How many players, gamers in this room? Is there any gamers in this room? Can you raise your hand? Okay, thank you. Let's dive into the gaming industry, okay? First of all, I want to introduce our team to you. We are being in gaming industry almost over 15 years. And we make several successful games in China. Maybe have 600 millions in RMB revenue, right? It's almost $100 million. You must be thinking I'm rich, right? But I tell you, unfortunately, most of them goes to the publisher and the channels, okay? So there is a few left to us. So I'm still poor, okay? Oh, so let's go. What's Black Hat? So because of this, at the end of 2017, we engaged the blockchain. So this is coming to us, appear in our mind that can we do games on blockchain that let the most of the revenue goes to the developer, right? Then we have this game called CryptoKitty. It's basically under tokens by most of them by the transaction fee, right? So if there is a centralized game platform that don't cut any revenue, then they all go bankrupt, right? But we can do this in blockchain way. So because we can help the developers put their game assets like tokens, coins, and inventories, make their own chain and become digital assets. There will be a market that we can trade. Players can trade each other. So we decided to build this platform called Black Hat. There is some part of our platform on the picture, and I'll give you some more details one by one after. This is the overview. Basically, we help the developers building their game on the blockchain, and we solve many of the issues that blockchain like slow and hard to use and expensive. Many things of that. We have a sidechain of Neo called Zorochain. I'll give more details after. And upon this, we have the game platform called Black Hat, and looks as much the same as Steam, but we don't cut the revenue. And we have the disclosure data, that very transparency of the data to the users, that they can find the active user, the current user, and the revenue of the game. So this is the game store or game platform. And we also have a market that players can trade with each other, right? Then it comes to the developers. They get all of the revenue, and to the players, they are holding their assets on their own hand that no one can take from them. And they can make benefit by trading them, right? So this is most, basically, in our opinion, is good to the developers and good to the players. So maybe it's a fundamental revolution from the game industry, right? You don't want to play games that most of the revenue comes to the publisher and the channel that they don't make any, they create a little value of the industry, which the developers create most of the value of the industry, then they get less. So maybe when the revenue goes all to the developers, they can make quality games and better games, right? Because they are well funded. Okay. So I introduce each part of our platform. First of all, we got the embedded wallet, which calls it's called embedded because it can embed it in the game, in the apps, right? Since then, when you do that, you don't have the user to install any plugin of the browser or install any other apps. So once you got the game, you got your wallet, right? And you can purchase, you can purchase the tokens of the game inside the wallet. You can buy it, use Bitcoin and Ethereum or other or Neo or Gas or other cryptocurrency or the fiat money. Okay, and we also have the SDK interface for the developers. They can easily embed the wallet in the game. Like you build a game and you publish it on the Steam platform. We got our SDK tool set. Okay. And also it's a cross-platform. We're offering the PC, the H5, and the Unity, Cocos, and the other Android iOS interface. Okay. Here is the other two. One is the game platform. As I mentioned that our game platform is different from the Steam because we have disclosure all the game data. That each kind of the game data, like the user activity, the transactions, and the assets, and the active users, all you can find the data in this platform. And also, we are offering the progress, development progress on our platform. That makes the startup teams, like small team, you came out with an idea, you can set up a website, set up a page on our platform, and gathering your users from the initiative. That if your idea is good and there's someone will support you, that you can raise a fund like Kickstarter, right? And or doing some pre-sale. So But you need to do this, you need that make you progress transparent, more transparency, right? And we also have the game market. The market is important that for the users that they can transfer or they can trade in their game assets. When I play a game and once I'm tired, like for a year, and then I can sell the stuff I buy, or the money, I get the money back and play another game. So we can make the assets flow and the currency go bigger volume. In the traditional game market, for now, in the global market, there is $150 billion per year, which is huge. And if that we can cut some revenue from the market and make it grow every year, there will be many, many, many digital assets in the second-tier market, right? So it's good for the players because maybe they can make benefit from it. Like there is a game and at the startup, I take part in, I buy some assets from the game. And eventually they go boom, right? Like Fortnite, if you have some assets before end of the day, you see some assets you buy, and then now you will be rich. Okay, so this is what we do to support the developers and to benefit the players. By this, I think players will get more willing to play with us because they can keep their assets, nobody can take them by shut down the server, right? Because we are blockchain games. And the developers get the most of the revenue. So it's good for both of the important part of the game industry. And why we can give up this revenue? Because all important thing is volume, right? We can cut some transaction fee. So we can compete with the centralized platform like Steam, right? This one. Maybe you know there is an Apex game platform launched now, and it reduced the cut of the revenue to 20 to 15%. Very strong, I think, because they have Fortnite and many players. Okay. So, as I mentioned, we are working on Zoro Chain. Why we do this, right? Because for now, the Neo chain or Ethereum or other chains, maybe they can't support the game level. From the transaction speed is low and the response speed is too low. The experience of the users is not bad, not as good as the centralized game. And so this is come out, I think we maybe need a chain that can respond very quick. Like I send my transaction to the blockchain and I get my result immediately. So we came out with a Zoro chain. For now, the target is that we want the transaction come less than 1 second. We already have some tests with the with the alpha version in this month. Maybe we can later in March or Q2 we'll have a test night online. Okay, and the chain we have also a multi-chain structure. That means for each app we have one chain for them, one chain, one app. So it avoids the traffic jam, right? It will not be like the CryptoKitty is Bloom and the other guys can't trade, even can't transfer Ethereum. So it's one chain, one app structure. Okay. And also we have the gas fee payment from the developer. They can choose one on-chain option. Let's say there is a method on the smart contract. The developer can decide if this method call who will go to spend the gas fee for this method call, the user or the developer, because users always can understand why I take my kitty back from the auction, I need to still pay gas fee. So it will confuse by the normal user, right? If they don't know blockchain, how it works. Okay. And also we have the extendable virtual machine for the smart contract. Basically, we doing this like build in the second layer into the virtual machine. that on-chain computing will goes to Neo virtual machine, and we also have off-chain computing that will come to the .NET Core expanding for the Zolo virtual machine. So off-chain computing is simply that we broadcast the operation, but we don't verify that. Okay, so it's called off-chain computing. Okay, this is Zolo chain, and this is the milestone of Zolo chain. That at core 1 we'll get some test of the root chain, and the core 2 we'll have our multi-chain structure get ready, and we also change the BFT consensus algorithm to VBFT, and we'll keep improve the response speed until it's less than maybe in 2 or 3 times, like 200 and 300 milliseconds. Okay, this is what we are planning. So I'd like to introduce the tokens of Black Hat. There is 3 kinds of tokens of Black Hat. 2 of them is utility token, and 1 of them is the security token. Right, we are doing the security token offering now, and we are preparing the paperwork in Reg DNS. So that come out the BCS, which means Black Hat Share, is a security token who holder can share the revenue of the platform. And the BCT and the BCP is the utility token used in our platform to purchase the game assets and pay other services from our platform. Okay, but difference between BCT and the BCP is the BCT is more like the stable coin, right? 1 cent, 1 BCT. Okay, so why we do this? Why should we have the BCT like stable coin? Because many traditional game developers, they don't know blockchain. They don't want to hold a BTC in their hand. They want to charge BTcoin, right? Because the price will go down. When the time I receive the Bitcoin from the player, and another day the Bitcoin price have a half discount, have a 50% discount, then I lose my money. So they want to charge BCT in the fiat money way. Okay, and what's BCP? BCP is not stablecoin. It's just a utility token that which you can purchase by the Bitcoin and the Ethereum like the other digital currency. So this is 2 kinds of utility coin in our platform. Which to spend is decided by the developer and who sold the assets. Anyone who sold the assets, they can decide which token I want to charge. But BCS is not a utility token, right? We'll get BCS list in the security token exchange. Okay. And here is the chart for the, here is the picture for the utility token flow, right? As I mentioned, there is, we have the embedded game wallet. So the player, they can purchase the token or game coin or any other digital assets through our platform by the way that they use cryptocurrency to purchase BCP and use the fiat money, the nickel tender to purchase BCT, right? When the player once the player gets the BCT or BCP, they can use in the platform to purchase game assets. And when they purchase game assets, they'll give the BCT or BCT utility token to the developer, and the developer can redeem the fiat money or the cryptocurrency from us. So this is a circle like this. Okay, we both can serve the traditional game developer. They make traditional games, which we are convinced them to bring some assets on-chain, right? Like tokens, like game assets, as I mentioned. And also we encourage the developers that build more blockchain-style games that which have the logical on-chain or these other things on-chain, right? So this is 2 kinds of developers we can serve. Okay. So how to build and publish a game through Black Hat? For the develop part and development part, we offering our SDK, and the ZoroChain has many interfaces. We also have the GitHub. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention that the ZoroChain is on the GitHub. You can search ZoroChain, the keyword, through the GitHub. And then you embed our wallet in your game. You build and deploy your smart contract on testnet, and you test it. We supply many templates of the smart contract, like the NAP file and the auction, like the NFT, non-fungible token, right? And finally, when you finish test, you can bring it online. After that, you need to publish your game. You can register as our developers into Black Hat, and you can edit and upload your game information to Black Hat game platform. And you step to set up your game community on game platform, and you can start gathering users. We also have the channel that we will help the developers to publish the game, to get in users. Also, you can do in crowd sale and pre-sale. After that, you upload your your development progress, and finally you take the game to the audience, to the users. Okay, this is simple. If you want to know more, there is some guide on our website, blackhat.game. And funjumping, is GitHub, yeah, ZoroChain at GitHub, okay. And I also want to introduce that we have a partnership plan that help us to expand our community. We're building 1 million NFT partnership certificate for sale, yeah, right? And also once you buy, you get a promotion code. Through the promotion code, you can sell everything from our platform, like game assets, like the other service or other assets from our platform. And once you sell, you get a rebate. There is millions of dollars reward during the during the million certificate selling to the star of our partners. There is many bonus for them. If you want to know more about this, you can go to our booth and ask for more information. Okay. So here is our website and the contact info. Okay. If you want to contact us, you can through this. And at the last, I want to mention that we have our job, so don't leave that early. Then you can make here and register your email to Neil, and we'll get some our job to you. And also, we are offering several free certificates. If you want to get them, you also can go to our booth. Okay. Thank you. This is Black Hat. Okay.
Thanks, Sean. We now have a panel to talk about game development on blockchain. It will be moderated by Cole Peterson from News BTC. As always, they have to bring their own chairs up, so we'll give them a second to come on up. Give them a round of applause.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cole Peterson, and I'm a freelance writer in the cryptocurrency industry, and I'm here at DevCon representing News BTC. So today we're going to be talking about two of the arguably most relevant topics in present times, the gaming industry and the blockchain industry. Right now, every day you're hearing about Twitch streamers and YouTubers who are making millions of dollars each month streaming games. Platforms like Twitch are becoming the new ESPN zones. It's just becoming a really huge industry. And then, of course, the blockchain industry is growing at a rapid pace and is advancing by leaps and bounds each and every day. So we have some great panelists here who are in the industry and are going to share some insights with us. So let's go ahead and start right here. If you can introduce yourself and talk briefly about your project.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Rudy. We're glad to attend. I'm from Magic Cube. I'm the founder. What we do is that we have been a gaming publisher for 3 years, and we realized that there are some problems with the current way of gaming distribution. That's what made us invented the whole new ecosystem, Magic Cube. Basically, we help games to launch their initial game offerings to put on our exchanges, and we help them gain more users and increase their retentions.
Okay.
If you would like to introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Sean Chen again.
Okay, this is Raymond from Neo World. So Neo World is a game we have built last year, and we have welcomed over 50,000 users so far. And conceptually, it is a sandbox game, and quite like the Second Life or Sims. So user can create everything in the game, not virtually the avatar, the building, or the lands, and also the underlying mechanisms like the economics, the voting systems, and also the containing rules. It is quite like a primitive version of the movie, the Ready Player One, and it's a virtual world with the real economics. And also, I would like to clarify something because people are asking so many times: is what's the relationship between Neo and the Neo World? So the Neo World is an independent project from Neo. And if you are asking the relationship about half a year ago, I would like to answer there is no relationship between us. And we started the collaboration since end of last year, and we have built a special zone called Neoland. It's this one, Neoland, in the Neo World, which is a special zone that uses Neo as the main currency, as all the economics activities. So Neoland and Neo World. That's the relationship.
Yep. And then we did have one other panelist, Parimal from Xbox, who unfortunately was not able to attend. But these are great panelists, and we're going to have a very good discussion. So I want to start with a few personal questions that kind of pertain to the specific platforms that each of these panelists represent. So I want to start with you, Rudy, from Magic Cube. So you already have a pretty large user base on your platform's ecosystem. But I'm curious to hear your thoughts of what blockchain-based game platforms pose to users and what benefits they pose to developers.
Sure. Yeah. Basically, we have started doing gaming publishing 3 years ago, and we have currently published 23 games already. We originally focused on social casino games, so blackjack, Texas Hold'em, Barcrat, slots. And now this year we're expanding internationally, and we are bringing out some different types of games, SLG games, Magic Soul. Everyone can search on Google Play. That's a game we're bringing out today, and we're bringing to Japan next month. That's on SLG games, which is supposed to already have 100,000 downloads currently at Google Play. So feel free to try it out. And we have accumulated over 15 million users so far registered. So what we really think blockchain changed, and what we are really trying to solve is that before Magic Cube, we have realized in the freemium model, there were a lot of users and there were not that many games, right? So if we publish games, it's really too easy to acquire users, and we don't really need to care that much about retaining them because you can always gain more users. But nowadays, everyone can tell that the ads is not working relatively good. The conversion rates are low in Google, on Facebook, on all the channels. So ads is not exactly working, and there are just too many games out there and too less users. So you cannot really let the user to find the best games they want. So retaining the users is the key. So when we publish a new game, we realize that when a new game first came out, their community is not built out yet, and the contents are not there yet. So as a player, why would you want to try a new game instead of go to a more mature community, a more mature game in the same genre, right? So to answer that, to solve that question, we are here. We introduced initial game offering. So basically, the early adopters of game like Magic Soul, You can, if you play it early in the first month, you can gain more Magic Soul tokens with the same amount of time you invest in it and the same amount of game behavior you generate. So it's called game mining. So through game mining, we can see that is that the early adopters can mine out more IGO tokens for each game with same amount of time and energy invested. And and later on, when there are new contents come out, the consumption of these IGO utility tokens are going to increase, and there are going to be more users. So the demand in total of these IGO tokens are going to increase. So it's more of a demand-driven growing curve compared to the other ICOs we see out there are like selling to the market solely on the expectations of the future. We on the other hand, MagicCube is trying to solve real problems and trying to create utility tokens that have real utility demand right here, right now.
All right. Sean, I want to ask you the next question. And this is something we were talking about earlier, but of course on a decentralized platform, one concern is, what if a group of developers stops developing the game that people have invested, they've bought the assets within the game, and it stops developing?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. So we need to think like this. You know, open source project that like Linux, from the beginning to now, the core team is changed. People come in and out, right? So for the blockchain game, or we call decentralized game, they must go open source, right? And there is a core team maintain the project, which build the project, but not the only one, right? The community hold the assets, who is like the shared holder of the border of the game. So if the core team, there is someone or the team, they want to quit, right? And there must be another guy they're joining, because there's assets, there is many investor, right? There is many values in the community. So they'll continue, someone come in and maintain this game, right? So I think it's not about on-chain or off-chain, or it's not a technical problem, right? It's how do you operation your games within blockchain sort, right? Okay, thank you.
And Raymond, the next question's for you. Specifically, I'd like to hear more about the token economy within Neoland, and just your thoughts on token economies within these decentralized games.
Okay, so because Neoland is a part of the Neo World, and the ecosystem is quite similar with Neo World, so I would start with the Neo World token design. So in Neo World, we have 3-layer token design. The first one is a currency. So in Neo World, the currency is Nash, and in Neoland, it's Neo, and we use Neo as the main currency. The second layer is continental RO. So in each continent, so we have this specific RO to represent the user rights. The value of the RO will depend on the economy of the continent very much. So if the economy is very good, the price will go high, and if the economy is bad, it will be going down. So it's something like the company stock in the real world. So the last is the Nest, so which is the global rights, and a fiscal tool in the game. So when the economy is going too hot, it will provide a buffer, and if it will provide a boost if the economy is going low. So these 3 layers will work together and to help to stabilize the total economy of the whole world.
Very good. All right, so I'd like to move on to a few group questions, so anyone is free to answer these. The first thing is from a user's perspective. So if you're a gamer and you're interested in gaming on a decentralized platform, what is the user experience like? How does the decentralized blockchain-based game affect the user experience? Is it equivalent to a non-decentralized game? Is it better? Is it worse? What would you guys say?
Well, we as MagicCube always try to make the user experience as seamless as possible. So our exchange is actually an H5 page that embedded directly inside the games, no matter if the game is built on Unity or Unreal or Cocos. The gamers can always open the exchange page and trade their IGO tokens seamlessly inside the game without even jumping out. So we try to make the blockchain game a seamless experience for all users, because in the end of the day, as a guy who has been in the publishing service for 3 years, I can tell you that every new step introduced to the user is educational cost is $1 or $2 more to acquire a new user. And these money adds up if you're trying to get millions of users. We're talking about tens of millions of dollars more if you're trying to educate them. So what I say is that we don't try to educate the users. We try to give them the best experience possible.
And I will say this from two point of view, right? Two perspective. One is from the technical part, right? We try to keep the blockchain game that have the same experience as the centralized game, because the player come to the game, they don't mind. They don't even mind whether you are a blockchain game or not. They want to play good games, right? So from the technology part, we must keep the chain blockchain responsibility as fast as the centralized game, and also gain the benefit of decentralized part, right? The asset is on chain. So this is a technical part. And from the economic part, I think that will be different, especially for this massive online game. There is so much people in the same game, and there is so much assets, and even trading, right? In the traditional game, there is a kind of game that have assets trading in the game, right? So from this point, the blockchain may have the economic change, like the limited issue of the assets, right? To have the trading and have the value grow up, not inflation, right? Yeah.
Right. Raymond, do you have any other thoughts on that? All right, so the next thing I want to talk about is what are the next steps from a developer's perspective that need to be taken to improve the user experience and to acquire more users onto blockchain-based games?
I think it depends on the how to say the blockchain. The guy like Neo, I think I wish then go further, right? Have the high TPS, and we can build the centralized part or the decentralized part and the state channel in layer 2, right? To achieve the centralized game experience.
Right.
Okay.
Do you have any other thoughts on that?
Yes. Based on our interactions with the developers, the gaming developers, I think that's something they will be concerned about. Our first legal part is blockchain legal. So like I think that's really important for us to have the legal team gather all the info and let the game developers know it's safe to work with us, because a lot of games we working with we publish are from like public companies in China, like Tencent, Perfect World. So that's their main concern, and that's what our legal team deal with mainly, and that's how we are trying to make them more willing to incorporate the blockchain. But for the small developers, I think it's better for them to work with a second layer protocol and Magic Cube or Black Hat or New World, like these second layer protocols, because it's easier for them to incorporate and they don't have to go through the hard time of understanding the public chain and all these TPS issues.
Mm-hmm. Raymond, do you have any thoughts on that? All right. So the next thing I want to talk about is what's commonly known in the gaming industry as the publisher's monopoly. Where the publishers will take a significant amount of money away from the developers. Blockchain, based games kind of remove that, and they allow a lot more freedom and money for the developers. So do you guys want to talk about that and how blockchain helps developers save money?
Sure, yeah. As a publisher, I totally understand it, because we were taking 80% of the revenue overall. But we kind of realized that it's no longer working anyway. That's why we invented a new platform, trying to really give it back to the users, because the traditional way of publishing just doesn't work no more, because you are trying to acquire users through buying ads. But like when is the last time you guys click on your ads on your phone, right? Like probably a couple years ago when you first got your smartphone. So people don't do it no more. So that's a problem, and that's why retaining users and giving back the value to the users is the key for the gaming industry going forward. I also believe this model, this blockchain gaming publishing model, is going to replace the freemium as the third biggest gaming payment revolution in the gaming history, because the gaming industry kind of go through two stages. The 1.0 was you pay to play. You paid for the hours on World of Warcraft and the other games. Then Shenna Game, at least in China, Shenna Game kind of revolutionized it, pushed out the freemium model in China. And also around the world, I think everyone transferred to 2.0 at the same time. But the 3.0 version is going to be when user really takes in control, and when we are really giving it back to the users. I think you can already observe that in other industries, not only games, like Pinduoduo and other Groupon, similar type of ideas.
Right. Sean, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with Rudy, and also I have in additional, I want to add this. No matter you centralize a blockchain, that you need the publish act that will be also need, right? You must gain user, but the way is very different from the traditional way, like the publisher buy the traffic, right, and spend money. So in the blockchain way, because the information is boom, right? You can easily achieve information than 10 years before, because cell phone and that is something like, let's say Fortnite, right? It's a boom. If you have quality games, you can achieve user easily, especially if we have some incentive from the game, right? Like you can, if you find the quality game earlier than the others, because it's a blockchain game and you achieve its assets, you can purchase its assets in a low price, you get benefit. So this is a different publish way, I think. This is a whole new thing that we call it community. Maybe we invented this word, community operation, right? The game is operated by a community, mouse to mouse, that you can speak. If you find that this game is good, you can tell anybody else and let them in, and then you get some benefit from it, right? So I think this is the way we have people that publish, the users publish the game themselves, and then they get the benefit, but not some company, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
So we've only got about a minute left. So one last thing I want to hear from you, Sean, is about transparency, how the blockchain increases the transparency of these games.
Yeah. I think maybe eventually everything is go to the blockchain. No, this is our purpose. But before that, the transaction and the user activity, they can regulate on the chain, right? Since the speed is fast enough, I think, for now, right? So because it's on-chain, the game data, we can recognize how many active users, how many transactions, how many total users, every detail, right? Even you can see which item is sold best, right? Because it's NFT, you can check it on-chain, right? So this is, I think, very transparent. But there's more issue about the, how to say, privacy, right? So maybe there is something we need to figure out for that.
Well, we're almost out of time. I want to thank all of our panelists. It was a great discussion. And there's no question that these two industries are improving by leaps and bounds every day. So thank you all very much. Hope everyone has a good event.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. A second to clear the stage. Okay, so next up, I'd like to introduce Mark Jeffries. He is the co-founder and CEO of Guardian Circle. Please make him feel welcome.
Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. So Guardian Circle is a community emergency response network. It lets friends, family, and neighbors help one another in a crisis situation. The big problem that we're solving, 6 billion people on Earth have no 911. There just is no magic number these people can call when bad things happen. If you live in the United States, we do have 911, but when you call from a mobile device, they don't know where you are, which is amazing. Uber can find you more easily than 911, which is just crazy. Also, 911 does not scale in mass emergencies. So things like earthquakes, hurricanes, the call centers are overwhelmed. They just can't handle the volume. And in fact, recently in Florida, they just announced before a hurricane that 72 hours before the hurricane hit, they're not going to answer the phone. They're just offline. Just not going to answer. Just not going to be there. And finally, 911 does not alert nearby helpers who are closest to an emergency and who can help fastest, because 911 has no concept of these people. So in our minds, the solution is rethink the problem. The way the world should work is no matter where you are on Earth, whenever you're in trouble, all you should have to do is press a button. This button sends your alert up to the cloud. The cloud looks down and sees what people and resources are already near you. It then activates, coordinates, and pushes all of this help to you as quickly as possible. So you could say that we are in the flash mob of help business, and because this is a developer-friendly audience, you'll understand this analogy. It's edge delivery of first response, right? We're creating like this new CDN of help. So in practice, the way it works is like this. When you're in trouble, open up the app, broadcast an alert by hitting the alert button, or you can use one of the myriad devices that are associated with your accounts via the Guardian Circle API. Your alert goes out, your responders all get alert notifications on their mobile devices. So who are these people? Who are these responders? Well, it starts with your guardians. These are people that you have pre-connected to in the network. So typically your friends, family, or neighbors, people like that. If you opt into this, it can also be nearby citizens. So these are strangers who happen to be nearby who are also running the Guardian Circle app. Later in our development cycle, we're going to add in private response and, of course, official response. So when the responders get the alert, they're brought into your alert room, which looks like this. And the punchline is, in under 30 seconds, everybody knows where everybody else is, and everybody can talk to everybody. So now they can come up with a plan to help you, and this is the important part, whether they all knew each other beforehand or not, and odds are pretty good they don't. After your alert is over, everyone you just saw in the alert room is now lined up for you on the tip page, and this is where you reward your responders with Guard, which is our token. So you decide who helped you the most or the least, and when you're happy with it, you hit confirm tip, and off your Guard goes to everyone. So you notice this is a one-click to tip kind of experience. So notice what we've done here. We've equated our token Guard with safety. So our token is tied to something with tangible, real-world value. Also, our users are crypto first-timers. They're not people gambling with their EOS or whatever. They probably don't even have Coinbase accounts. So everything they need to operate in a crypto universe has to be included in our app. And that includes an in-app Guard wallet. And when we decided we needed to provide this kind of experience to our users, we realized it was really only reasonably possible to do it with Neo. Why? Because Neo gives us the utilities and the primitives we need to do it. It's about 10 times as hard to do in any other blockchain. So the way it works is like this. When you download Guardian Circle, we immediately generate a new wallet address upon signup. And then we immediately airdrop you some Guard to start you off. And we also bake Guard directly and deeply into our user experience. So you've seen one example of this, the one-click to tip. And finally, in Neo, new wallet generation is free, which is great, right? We did look at EOS briefly, and we very quickly realized that any new wallet address that you generate, any new account, costs you between $1 and $2 worth of EOS. So if we suddenly got 1 million new users, that would cost us between $1 and $2 million. So add all this up, it made it very easy to make the decision to go with Neo. Some benefit that accrues back to Neo as a result of some of the things that we're doing. Guardian Circle is a naturally viral kind of thing. We have a very compelling reason, mutual safety, for our users to grant access to their contacts and send each other invites, right? We make this very easy for them to do through our sophisticated in-app contact manager, which is shown here. Each new signup produces a new Guard wallet and thus a new Neo address. So we think the end result of this will be a lot of Neo end user consumer growth. And if that's not enough, every time you refer a friend to Guardian Circle, they earn Guard. So remember, Guard equals safety. So for people who are unbanked and in the developing world and who have no 911, they're earning safety by helping us develop our network. This will be very powerful for bootstrapping safety worldwide. Something else that falls out of all of this, in our universe, you can send guard to someone using only their name. You don't need to know their crypto address. Why? Because our system already knows the guard address of your contacts. And this is made possible by the combination of the in-app wallet and the sophisticated in-app contact manager. Those two things together are what make this magic happen. And by the way, the in-app contact manager is hard to get right. We spent the last 2 years in some trial and error kind of getting there. We're there now, thank God. Privacy is very big in our universe. You always have control over who can get your alerts and who can send you alerts. So both ways, you have full control. And your location is always, always, always private until you enter an alert room, at which point, yes, it's shared because that's how the system works. When you leave an alert room, though, your location is private once again. Also, Guardian Circles does scale in a mass emergency, and the way it works is like this. You can handle multiple inbound simultaneous alerts. So things like hurricanes, earthquakes, wildfires, where there's a lot of people in trouble all at once, we scale to help that, we scale to work with that. So in the metaphor, it looks like this. Basically, it's like putting calls on hold and jumping in and out of different alert rooms. We also provide alert transcripts, and it's pretty much what you would expect. This is a chat log with location information and timestamps. Very useful if you want to review a missed alert. You know, you're like, oh, wow, last night, Tim, your phone was off, and you're like, oh, Tim had an emergency last night. I want to know what happened. You can go in and look at that. Today, this information is stored in a centralized fashion. Very soon down the road, it will be stored on the blockchain, at which point the transcripts will be immutable and tamper-proof, which means that corrupt officials cannot alter the evidence. And to be fair, corrupt alerters can't alter the evidence also. Everyone can rest assured that this is a true and accurate representation of what has happened. So our traction to date, we were selected last year as one of Fast Company's World Changing Ideas 2018. A couple weeks ago, Newsweek named us as a nominee for their Blockchain Impact Awards 2019. We're in a crypto documentary called Trust Machine, which is directed by Alex Winter. If you've ever seen Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, he's Bill. And it's narrated by Rosario Dawson, who's in a bunch of Marvel things. This is in theaters right now. It is going to go wide on streaming in about a month, month and a half, worldwide. We're also in a new television series called The Rise of Blockchain. This is executive produced by Leonardo DiCaprio. Akon, the singer, is the host. The last big thing these folks, this production company, did was The Men Who Built America on History Channel, if you've ever seen that. It was one of their biggest documentaries of all time. So you put all of these things together, starting in March of 2019 and kind of continuing into the summer, we're going to be exposed to millions of new consumers. So we think this will be really great for our app and obviously our token ecosystem. So let's talk a little bit now about the Guardian Circle API. Any hardware manufacturer can connect any alert device to our emergency grid. So examples of alert devices, obviously a device with a button on it, so sort of a panic button device, but also think car interfaces, crash detection, fall detection, voice interfaces like Alexa, you can yell to it, I've fallen and I can't get up, and it sends off the alert. Wander management, this is where if you're a little older and you get confused and you wander away from your house and you break a geofence, that can send off the Guardian Circle alert. So there's a million things that could be the device. The way it works is you stake guard for API access as an alert device manufacturer. So you give us a wallet address and we hand you back an API key that is tied to that wallet address. For each guard that you have in that wallet address, you have the right to add one device to our alert grid. So if you have 1 million guard, you can add 1 million devices. These are some devices which have been added in this fashion. We're partners with the Women's Safety X Prize. Last year, there were 88 contestants, all building panic button devices plugged into Guardian Circle. 22 of them made it to the final rounds, and we all went to Mumbai, India, to test their devices on the streets of India. And that's actually my watch here going off like crazy from all the devices around me that are generating alerts. One of the contestants has moved into production. Guardnum is now deploying Guardian Circle plus this device into assisted living homes in California. And we ourselves ate our own dog food and connected Amazon Alexa to our own alert grid, and this is working today. So finally, how does official response participate? We talked a little bit about this earlier. Basically, this is anyone who has a geography within which they are responsible for the safety of people, right? So the obvious example is a city or a municipality, think smart city initiatives, that sort of thing. But also hotels and resorts, theme parks like Disneyland, university campuses, corporate campuses like Facebook or Google. And the way it works is like this. These organizations stake guard to access all alerts that are occurring within their geofence. And the bigger area is that you want to patrol, the more staked guard it costs. And we give you, and then when you stake the guard, we give you access to something we call Guardian Circle Dispatch, which is effectively, what you're seeing right here is the God mode of our system that Chris, my partner, and I have access to. But obviously we'll constrain it to the geography that you've defined. It won't be the entire world. And what you're looking at here is an actual screenshot. This is not like a mock-up. We just happened to catch a screenshot of our system with a bunch of alerts going on live all over the world at the same time. And now you've just been introduced to all the pieces, parts of the Guard ecosystem. Individually, this is what it looks like from the 5,000-foot view and how all these pieces and parts fit together. Guardian Circle 3.0 release is coming at the end of February on both iOS and Android. We've been working very, very hard on it for multiple months. We're finally very close to being ready to release it. And that's it. Thank you for listening. Thanks, dude.
I'm going to need that.
Clicker.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so this is going to be our last talk before our last break. I'd like to bring to the stage Jonathan Mary. He is the CEO of the Barrett Protocol. Please give him a round of applause.
Hey.
There you go.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So first of all, I'm the last thing between your last break before you go home. I have about 10 minutes. I promise to finish at about 8. And if you listen all the way to the end, you might be a little bit richer at the end of the conversation. So I am the CEO of Superfly Insights. It's a data analytics company, but I'm actually here today as a, what is that called? Council member, thank you, of Barrel Protocol. So Barrel Protocol is all about compliance and privacy and how to help you monetize your data. But before I talk about all the huge opportunity in data, I want to maybe provide you guys with a little bit of feedback on how to interact with Neo just from my own personal story. And again, nobody at Neo asked me to do this, but this really helped me about a year ago when I started exploring different blockchains and platforms to work with. So first of all, my first interaction with Neo was in San Francisco in the first DevCon. I literally came and signed up, and the nice lady at the front asked me for my international phone number. I said +972, and very quickly, Tamal Salant, who was standing a couple of feet away from me, asked me, hey, are you from Israel? And we said yes, and we became friends, and here I am today, a year later, on stage, having received funding from NGC. But it didn't happen overnight. And if I can offer you a bit of a quick map on how I would approach any platform, is first of all, get to know the people, talk to them, ask them about their platform, be curious. Try to join a hackathon if you're a developer. Potentially set up your own hackathon. We did that 2 workshops in Tel Aviv. Fly around the world with the team, get to know them, get to present. The feedback that you get is absolutely invaluable. And regardless if you secure funding from the specific team, at the very least you know that you made the right decision in choosing the platform. So that's kind of the transition that I went through, and I'd recommend for you guys to try to hit at least a few of those same spots. Okay, so let's talk about data. You open up the news every day, you look at on TechMeme, it's all about data and privacy, and really it's kind of hard to get a good handle on it. I put on the screen here a few quotes that I think resonates. I don't know if anybody, how many read Yuval Noah Harari? Anything by him? Okay, let's see a few hands. I'd recommend getting some of his books. Really good job at kind of figuring out what data is all about. And then of course there's this huge issue around privacy and compliance. Where's my data? Who's using it? What are they doing with it? Can I trust them? But at the fundamental level, when you think about data, there's 3 big pools of consumer data. There's the Facebook world, there's the Google world, and then there's email. And then email is also, of course, partly owned by the Gmail platform. But keep those in mind when you think about kind of big pools of data and how we kind of go through the process. So I mentioned this huge amounts of anxiety around how the data is being used, who's buying it, who's selling it on my behalf, and why am I not making any money off of this? Distrusting all the major brands. If kind of Facebook was something that we were all happy about, giving them all the information about ourselves, sharing pictures, intimate discussions. If you look at those numbers here, I'm not sure it's clear, but Facebook is one of the biggest, about losing 40% of the trust that it earned over the past few years. And you look at the conversation on record that Zuck talks about your information, your data, you actually have the right to be concerned. And it's really not only about that, it's really credit bureaus, people that are in charge of deciding, do we get a loan? Is my landlord going to offer me that lease? Being hacked left and right. And of course, there's a whole bunch of breaches across almost any brand name, if it's in the travel industry, if it's software, eBay is here, and really huge distrust around data. A bunch of New York Times articles about people tracking my behavior, where I am, the restaurants I've been to. A lot of unease around consumers about this. So why are people buying and selling our data? Well, of course, there's a ton of value in our data. Juxtaposing Google and the dark web here will give you a sense of where I'm coming from about these two companies. But the dark web, you can literally pay and get people's passwords for a specific service. These are the prices. You can go look it up. Google is doing something very similar. They're selling you to an advertiser and getting a lot of money for it. So if you're looking for a mortgage, these are pretty recent numbers. Insurance, loans, mortgages, attorneys, things that we all go online in order to search. Yes, we get a nice search engine that gives us the results, but somebody is selling that lead to somebody else and making a lot of money, to the tune of $30 billion of revenue that Google made last year. So what is Barrel Protocol all about? It's really about very clear mission to help people feel that they're in control of their data and identity. Now you've heard a bunch of people present this, and not only on the NEO platform but multiple platforms talk about identity. I'd like to focus on not the privacy component, not the identity component, not even the data, but actually the monetization. And when people talk about monetization, they usually think about an app that's making money off of me. And what we're going to do here, and I'm going to do this in a few minutes, is actually show you how you, starting today, can start making money off this data. Well, how? And if there are developers in the crowd, I can get into the details of this, but it's really a set of API calls for developers that will in turn pay their users for their anonymous data. And then you might say, wait, if it's anonymous, how can I get paid for it? I thought it's all about my personal data. There's a huge, huge market in alternative data. I can talk about the whole arc that's on this slide, but actually we'll look at just transactional data. There's kind of the four horsemen of alternative data. There's clickstream data, which websites you visit. There's geolocation, which shops you went into. There's anonymized credit card, which is a business that's been going on for 30 years. And then there's e-receipts, all the receipts that find their way into your inbox. These might be Expedia, these might be Uber, and these might be any app or service that you sign up for. If I would see all your personal receipts, I would know something about you. Multiply that by 10 million, and now you have insights on the companies. And that's what we're looking for. We don't care about anything that has to do with an individual. We care about what that means in a large panel. Those insights are being sought after to the tune of 7-digit deals with hedge funds, ride-hailing, food delivery, any of these services that are very much driven by discounts, want to know what's happening with the competition. And I know this space well because we recently closed the first 7-digit deal with one of the largest ride-hailing companies in the world. They live off data, and they do not want your personal data. They just want this data in an anonymous and aggregate fashion. So these are a set of products that will be there at launch. I'm going to slightly skip through this because I wanted to leave at least a minute or so for questions. But I'll kind of briefly give you a sense of what we believe is the data owner bill of rights. First of all, the data has to be anonymous. No PII should ever be shared with anyone, point blank. Secondly, what is it worth? Is it 10 cents, 20 cents, $1, or more? I want to know it. Every time, I want to know it. Who's buying it? Maybe I don't want to sell my data to a certain vendor, maybe I do want to the other. And what are they doing with it? Of course, on the developer side, this is an API. They're going to be the customers of this. GDPR compliance, in line with the California privacy law, super easy integration with any AWS service, a choice of currency so they can actually choose how to pay their users. We're going to support at launch Bitcoin, Ethereum, NEO, and US dollars for those who want it directly in that currency. And of course, to participate in this alternative data market. Here's a note from the last couple of days, the California governor, ahead of his time, saying, hey, maybe we should force Facebook and Google to pay, to give a dividend to their customers. And in line of that, and with that in mind, I would like to launch today a very simple app. It's a spender tracker. It actually will start paying you for every single receipt that you have. We don't cover all the receipts in the world. We're going to start by the kind of the popular items, ride-hailing, marketplaces, et cetera. And you will be paid, if you're going to be one of the first 100 users to sign up, 5 cents for every anonymous receipt that you choose to share in perpetuity. You might say, wait, 5 cents, that's nothing. Start adding up all your travel emails, all your rides, nickels and dimes start adding up. And this is actually targeted to developing countries, but even for the US, $1 or $2 or $3 or $4 or 10 or 20 or 30, you start collecting that money. So I have about 10 seconds before I finish. I wanted to leave more time for questions. Pull your phone, go to Spender Tracker, sign up. It's a one click. And from this point on, forever, as long as the company exists and doesn't go broke, you will be paid in your currency of choice a nickel for every anonymized email transaction that you care to share. Again, this is machine to man type receipts, nothing personal. We don't read any personal emails. We don't go through any of that stuff. This is what the website looks like. Kind of click it. Spendertracker.com. We actually loaded this up over the weekend. It was kind of a very quick last-minute thing. I'm running out of time. You might get some Google kind of alerts because of the new Google rules. Try to use whichever account that has the most receipts. That way you will get the most compensation. This is what the sign-up looks like. You will please read what you're signing up here. Read-only access to transactional emails to make sure that you know what you did. And this is, again, the website. I'm out of time. Thank you very much. Please sign up.
Thank you very much. So with that, we are on a break. We will be back. I think we'll be back at 3:30, right? I think it's what, 3:10 right now? My phone is charging, so I had to leave it over there. So we will be back at 3:30. I will make an announcement in the foyer, so it's about 20 minutes. And as I mentioned before, there is one last set of T-shirts that has to go. So it's either that or I bring them home, and they won't fit me. So I want to get them out. So I'll see you guys back here in a little bit. See you all then. Okay, so as I said, I have a couple of t-shirts to give away, well, more than a couple, I guess. Here, right in front. So, I also want to make a quick announcement. There are apparently several companies that have decided to provide. I'm not sure what the exact specifics are for what they're providing, but for the brave souls who've stuck it through to the end of DevCon, there is some type of materials that you can get. So at the end of the conference, please come and take your placard back to registration so you can get your name on a list, and you will be receiving these materials after the conference. Now on to our next speaker. I'd like to bring up on the stage Joe. He is the co-founder of Jarvis Plus. Please make him feel welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Hey, everyone. Okay, not many people here, but this is Jarvis Plus. We are a project leveraging AI and NLP and working on the community and the ecosystem. In the past year, we have been working on many community projects with some partners, including the blockchain and the non-blockchain projects. And we see a very interesting trend is happening across the industry. So this is the purpose of this session. I'm going to introduce what we see, and we think it deserves noticing. Actually, we also attended the DevCon last year in San Francisco. And this is our partner and AI scientist, Zhe Peng. And on that conference, on that DevCon, we've been talking a lot about NLP and AI, how NLP and AI can help the blockchain, like to help the trading, or help the community management, or help the project to understand your community, the members, and their voice better. So after the DevCon, we built demos into the products. And we are working with many token funds in China, including NGC, Fenbushi, Timestamp, and some token incubators like the Langhash. And we are helping some of their projects to adopt our technology to work on their community, to manage their community better, to understand their community better. But more interestingly, there are some big brands in China also come to us and want to understand whether our technology can help their communities. They are not blockchain projects, but they are highly interested in the community. And when we talk close with these partners, we look deep into the scenarios, and when the cooperation goes on, we see a very interesting trend happening in these industries. And this is what I'm going to introduce. We call this new economy. First of all, I will talk about bounty programs. I think if you are a blockchain guy, you should be able to understand the bounty programs very good, right? You should be very familiar with the bounty program. The bounty program is very simple. Give out token, or we call value, to your users. Let your users work for you. And the users will bring new users. And the new users will bring more new users. And we have been seeing, besides NEO, some successful new blockchain projects. They are highly dependent on the bounty program to kickstart. I don't want to talk about names, but I know quite a few of them. And then we also see this. This is PDD, or in Chinese name, Pinduoduo. This is a NASDAQ listed company. Its valuation is about $32 billion US. And it's also a very young company. It's even under 4 years old since its creation, I think. What's special about PDD is that all its business is happening in the mobile internet. Or more specifically, it's happening in the social network. Or even more specifically, it's happening in the mobile communities. All of its business is happening in the mobile communities. And this is a screenshot of some users sent a message from PDD in the mobile community. It says that there are more than 800,000 people use this to cut a price. Come over here and help me to cut price so that I can even get something for free. So this is message from PD. So that remind you of the bounty program. It gives out value to the users. Let the users to help them to bring more new users. And it's quite community-oriented. Okay, and let's see the next case. This is Lex, in Chinese name called Liu Li Shuo, and it's also a newly NASDAQ-listed company. And it's an education company. The screenshot is from Lex user. The Chinese on the message says that I have been keep reading English for 49 days. So today's topic is that how autopilot should work in car accident. I would say the Lex is more aggressive than PDD. The model is very interesting. When the Lex gets new users, it does not ask these users to download the APP first. Instead, it asks its users to enter their community, to join their community first. And the Lex even uses the community as a classroom. It urges users to post its study progress in the groups to let students compete each other and let students choose their study result to their friends. And there are teachers or volunteers in the Lex group, in the Lex community. It helps to answer questions and make comments to the students, something like that. So I would say this model is much more likely to the blockchain, right? The users go to the community, and actually most of the things are happening in the community instead of its APP. So this happens in a NASDAQ listed company. So I think it's very, very interesting. And then we also see this. This is from many Chinese games. The message says that share me to your WeChat friends and you will get double gold. Or say you will get 10 diamonds. The model is very simple but classic. You share some of your value to your users and let users do things for you. You let the violence promotion happen in the community. So based on our observation, we see that these cases have a similar pattern. Traffic means new user. For these projects, when there are new users, the first thing the project will do is to identify the users who share who will like its valuation, who will like its value, or who will like the model, who will accept what they are going on. We call consensus, or say build consensus. For blockchain, to build consensus, it's the white paper, right? It's the AMA, it's the interviews, it's the Q&A or meetups or even the DevCon. We think this is the process to build consensus. And for the PDD, when the users help their friends to cut price, these users will look at the PDD goods. The goods have the same standard. It has very good price, but not that good quality. And it even have some fake brands on PDD. So this is the consensus of PDD. If you can accept a model of good price but less good quality, then you would likely to use PDD and be part of it. And for the Lex, the consensus is that whether you would like to improve your English in these Chinese users, or whether you will feel anxiety or curiosity when you see your friend is improving his English every day. If yes, then you will accept the consensus of Lex, and you would likely be its users. And for the gaming, it's even simpler. If you play a game for 30 seconds and you did not quit, you still play it. It means that you accept its art, you accept its gameplay. So the consensus of a gaming is actually the art and the gameplay. you accept the consensus, you would be the game player. So after the consensus is built, the project will let these users interact in the community, and that will give out a value that users to do things for them and bring more new users into the product, into the community. And we can see that it will keep circling around the 3 steps. Circle and circle. Each circle, there are more new users in it, and the product grows bigger and bigger. And I think the difference is that we see some successful case like PDD and Lex, they even use this circle to be listed on NASDAQ. Their variation will reach like 30 billion or more, something like that. So this makes us think that maybe the token economy is actually a part of something even broader. We call it the community economy. We think that there's something special, very special with the token economy that because it gives us token instead of paper money. So in theory, the community member who accept token, they will look at the long-term value instead of short-term value, because the token is valuable only if the project is successful, right? So we think the token economy is a little bit special, but it's not the only one, or it's not alone. We can see that there are similar things happening in other industries in this non-blockchain industry. And we believe it will be a global trend to leverage community and build economy based on that. Why we think that? There are 2 reasons. The first of all, because the growth of the mobile internet. This chart is from the ResearchGate. It's the growth of smartphone penetration among population. We can see that the smartphone is still ever growing among population. The smartphone help a lot of mobile users start to use internet. They are previously not internet users. Because there are more and more people use the internet, and in the community, even a very small idea or say even very narrow segment can have its voice spread and can find the users who can accept their consensus. In another word, right now, a small idea can have its tipping point, however small at the beginning it is, but it can have its tipping point at a very low cost. This means that if we do a business or we do something around the community and we give our voice, this thing become possible. And that's why these big brands in China are also working on that. The other thing we believe this is a global trend is because of the mobile payment. We also think why we see these cases happening in other industry, why we see these things only in China right now. Then we figure out that because the mobile payment is very advanced in China right now. So in China, it's possible that you do a business only on mobile. You accept payment only in the community, only in the mobile device. This also can grow into a very big business. While in the other part of the world, maybe because of the privacy or because of the efficiency, something like that, the mobile payment is not adopted yet. But we say, if these problems are solved, we believe that this problem, these worries could be solved sometime, maybe 3 years or 5 years. I think the problem could be solved. But when the problem is solved, is there any problem to stop the community growth to growth, or say the community economy to growth like China? No, we did not think any problem. We'll stop that. So that's why we think the community economy might be a trend. And what's more, older people is growing old. Young people are growing up. The young people, these guys, from very young, they are living in the communities. They are living on the mobile. So we think that the community economy will only be the trend in the future. And so this is what we are working on after we figure out what's happening there and when we believe this will be a trend. We collect requests and requirements from different partners. Some are blockchain, some are non-blockchain, some are very big brands. And we integrate into a system that could serve partners in different industries. I don't want to talk into very details about these features. Actually, this graph just want to let you know that there are many things could be done in the new community economy. For example, we are helping these big brands in China to do the tokenization, to persuade them use token to incentive its communities. Because we believe that the token will make people look at the long-term value instead of near-term value. But if these guys don't want to adopt the blockchain, it's fine. We will make the model still function as well in this system. So this is what we are working on. And the other thing is that there are a lot of things to be automated in the system, like we need to give rewards incentive to both the big influencers or the small users. They will get rewards fairly, right? Everyone could be part of the economy, the community economy, while we will eliminate the loopholes so that no one can exploit the loophole to benefit himself. And like, in order to build a consensus, like we need to do a lot of things like the gamification, because gamification can help users to understand the idea, the value of the project, but in a much funny way and a much easier way. And like we will also do some opinion leading, like help users to look at the main aspects of the project instead of look at something not very that important or complain something not that very important. And we also need to do the traffic leading. A lot of things need to be done in this very new community economy. And there are big chances, big opportunities there. So that's why we want to share what we see or what we do to all of you and urge you to look at maybe there will be new chance, new change in this world. Okay, so that's all. And we have a Telegram channel called Jarvis Plus. And we will keep updating our progress in that Telegram channel. So if you are interested, you may just follow the channel and understand our recent progress. And thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. So just to clarify from an announcement I made right after the break, there are projects that will airdrop their token to you, so please leave your email address at reception when you leave to get on the list for those airdrop tokens. So with that, I'd like to bring up to the stage Eric Wang. He is the co-founder of Archon. Right? Archon, I pronounced that one. Didn't screw that one up. Great. Come on up. Give him a round of applause, folks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eric Wang, and I'm a co-founder at Archon, where we are creating the file storage infrastructure for a new decentralized internet. NEO is a very powerful and influential blockchain with a strong community. And these traits allow NEO to be a very ideal platform for users to develop decentralized applications. So, storage is a critical component of the dApp developer's tech stack. And the first part of my talk here will begin by reviewing the two more common options that people use when thinking about implementing storage in a dApp tech stack. So the most obvious application would be, of course, Amazon S3 and any other centralized cloud storage platform. So Amazon is extremely powerful, and it's been around for forever, and it's proven. And so that's why people really like to use it. It's also convenient and cheap, and it's been integrated through so many other platforms. However, there's one major issue that Amazon suffers from, which is that others control your data. And as a corollary, Amazon S3 introduces centralization. Centralization is not just a philosophical matter, but has caused data leakages and data outages that resulted in billions of dollars of revenue loss. So can we find a solution that does not suffer from this lack of user control of their data? And so the short answer is yes. And the first solution that does decentralized storage and does it well, which I'm sure many of you guys know about, would be IPFS. IPFS is a real decentralized P2P file storage system. And IPFS makes it very, very easy to find files. And it's actually quite powerful and great for many, many files. And many dApp developers have implemented it in their tech stack. However, upon reviewing IPFS further, it's clear that it's not a perfect solution for decentralized file storage. And there's really two major issues. The first being that there's no strong incentive mechanism for users to store and deliver their data securely, as well as the inherent DHT, which is distributed hash table structure of IPFS, renders it susceptible to somewhat easy attacks such as Sybil and Eclipse attacks. So these attacks allow any malicious attacker to manipulate the files that people will see with just a small amount of resources. So luckily, people have figured that out and developed a temporary solution, at least, to address this problem. And this temporary solution involves using centralized IPFS nodes wrapped around Amazon S3 instances. So because Amazon S3 instances are by themselves very powerful and easy to use, they don't really suffer from the lack of need for any strong token economic incentive mechanism or any lack of solid decentralized structure. However, this is clearly not a very good long-term solution because, once again, these solutions will suffer from the fact that others will once again be able to control your own data. So the third solution that I'm going to talk about, I believe, has the potential to really be the long-term decentralized storage solution for a new internet. And this is blockchain-based file storage solutions. And so companies such as us are using the blockchain in many innovative ways, such as, and this allows you to not only, as I said, control your data, but the blockchain gives additional potential benefits such as cryptographic security and censorship resistance. It's significantly cheaper than centralized solutions, as proven by products that are good, such as Storj and SIA. And they're also resistant to black swan events and collective downtime. And an additional pretty good benefit is that they tout various small performance benefits over, let's say, Amazon S3. So different companies have, in this space, have used the blockchain itself for different technical reasons, such as to coordinate nodes, for smart contracts and service level agreements between different users, consensus, etc. And these different companies, such as Filecoin, Storj, SIA, and ourselves, have used the blockchain in different innovative ways. However, in this slide, I mainly talked about the potential benefits that blockchain-based file storage has. But the grim reality is that there's still a ton of issues that these solutions need to overcome before they're adopted by the mainstream. So a pretty a hastily done graph that I did a few days ago shows that the combined storage in 2018 by the two largest file storage solutions, decentralized file storage solutions, SIA and Storj, collectively only stored 30 petabytes of data, which is thousands of times less than the amount of data that all large cloud providers combined stored 2 years before that. And this storage that these cloud providers are going to provide will increase dramatically over the coming years. So I think a straightforward question to ask would be, why is there such a wide disparity? Well, there are many issues for blockchain-based storage systems to overcome before it can be widely adopted. But to summarize, there's really various issues with performance. There's a lack of features for many commercial use cases. the blockchains are not yet scalable, and the token economics are not that well defined yet. And from another end, they're hard to implement, and they have generally pretty bad UX, etc. So to summarize these categories even further, I would say that there's two frontiers that blockchain-based file storage solutions need to improve on. One is the technology itself, and one is the usability of the platform for end users. And so that's really so with these ideas in mind, that formed the basis of how we in Archon Cloud wanted to design a blockchain-based file storage solution that Neo users, as well as users in any smart contract supporting blockchain, can use. So we started with looking at the technology. So we have developed a set of in-house erasure codes which allow you to encode a file into a special file format. And then what you do is you shard these files and distribute it into a custom blockchain network of, in the future, thousands of storage providers. And so the beauty of our erasure codes is the scalability. We are the first storage network with a Byzantine fault tolerance for storage that is scalable as a percentage of the network. So that means that even if a large percentage of these storage providers within your network fails, by only contacting a small number of storage providers, you can retrieve your files safely. So even if the attacker is very powerful, they're not going to be able to take down your file. And from these erasure codes, we have also tailored other custom features, such as a custom domain name system that allows you to easily search and find your files with a very small overhead, and other features that creates a truly tailored native blockchain for file storage. So another thing that we looked at is the usability front. So if you're a Neo user, we have Neo smart contract integration, where you can natively pay with Neo tokens to upload any file into a decentralized network and make that file a decentralized file. And another thing is that file, once you upload it, can be downloaded without the downloader installing anything or having any knowledge of blockchain. And so the idea behind this is that integrating with top-tier public chains like Neo allows us to become sort of an interchain storage system where files can be exchanged from different blockchains and between different blockchains so that this integration allows decentralized storage to grow with the increased usage of public chains and dApps. And so to further talk about the usability of our platform, let's say you wanted to decentralize this image of a dog. So this is just a normal picture of a dog. And I want to host it in a decentralized manner. It's actually pretty straightforward. So to upload this file, you put in some various parameters, such as how long you want to upload it for, etc. And as an uploader in Archon, just like in Amazon, you pay for both the upload and for the end user to download it. And then from, let's say, a website where you want your end user to view it, in the HTML code, you add one line of JavaScript code, and then add the URL that is obtained from the upload, and voila. The end user will be able to view that file on his browser or her browser without installing anything. And so the end user experience will be like browsing a decentralized file as if it were from a centralized system. And so really what the big picture that Archon wants to bring is that we want to make the decentralized internet just as powerful and reliable as the existing centralized internet with all of the benefits that decentralization touts. And so to conclude my talk, I basically want to give a call to action. So for users who want to learn more about our platform, we have our first private beta on March 1st and our public first storage testnet on March 31st. And to learn more, please go to www.archon.cloud. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. I have no announcements this time, just the next speaker. So I'd like to bring to the stage Chris G. He is the CTO of Alchemint. Please give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for still being here with us. I'm Chris from Alchemint. Today, I want to share some opinion about what we are thinking about stablecoin. To be honest, there always exists a misunderstanding, and we often receive doubt from Bitcoin believer about we already have US dollars, and why do we have to need a cryptocurrency like US dollars? So I want to talk about it. Yes. In 1976, the famous economist Frederick Hayek published a short pamphlet in which he foresaw the emergence of privately issued money, which could compete among themselves and against government's monopolies. Despite his visionary and highly interesting theories, all his assumptions remain untested for the next decades, because no one could issue private money without being attacked by government immediately. Thanks to fascinating advances in cryptography and computer science in the last few years, the birth of Bitcoin made Hayek's proposal a reality. The blockchain technology made it possible that anyone could issue private money. What happened afterwards is familiar to us all. The Bitcoin believer firmly believe that the cryptocurrency like Bitcoin are more competitive than fiat money. They can be the alternative currency in the world governed by fiat money. Some activists even thought it will replace fiat money someday in the future. Many commercial institutions tried to offer Bitcoin payment service. Some even got the permission of regulatory authority in some countries. At the same time, an entrepreneurial boom of dApps come up. The entrepreneur created their own token, sold to the public, and claims that those tokens are useful in the ecology they will create later. But in the view of current situation, this experiment doesn't go well. Bitcoin is big in Japan. It is recognized by government as a legal tender. Over 20,000 merchants accept Bitcoin as a payment option for their products and services. In this business, the payment service it plays an important role. They cut down the settlement fee to 1% to the merchant, compared to 3% charged by credit card processing service. And the biggest problem they solved is that they eliminate the volatility risk for merchants. When a customer chooses to make a payment in Bitcoin, they instantly convert the received Bitcoin to Japanese yen. Merchants receive yen instead of Bitcoin, which is indispensable for their acceptance. But unfortunately, these advantages hadn't made Bitcoin payment more popular in Japan. We visited restaurants and big shopping malls in Japan, talked to their staff for survey. We even visit payment service to figure out the real operation condition. The result is fluctuating. In fact, the volume of Bitcoin payment is almost negligible. The big camera just received one Bitcoin payment transaction average per day in their Shibuya shop. And the restaurants face the same problem that they don't find customers paying bill with Bitcoin. It's obvious that the provider eliminates the volatility risk for merchants, but they're not doing that for customers at the same time. People are not willing to hold Bitcoin, just expect to use it at checkout, especially while they have other options without risk. How about the living situation of DApps? Let's take a look at the statistical data of 1,800 DApps coded from DAppsRadar.com, a third-party ranking website. We are disappointed to find out over 87% DApps among them has less than 10 active users per day, which can be seen as dead. Among the Rust survivors, only 3 DApps has continuous growing users, but they are only alive in less than 6 months, too short to prove their real success. In fact, most of them have never survived within the first month, or gone through a stagnation or continuous loss of users. And the top 10 hot DApps, which have more than 3,000 active users per day, are mainly distributed in games and gambling areas, which is for connoisseurs. They usually leave quickly after the bonus of fresh DApps exhaust, so they are still in dangerous situation. For the moment, there is still no indication that huge investment in DApps will cultivate a successful case, which will bring huge investment by real value. All this disappointment leads to bubble burst in last years, which deserve our serious reflection about where did we go wrong. In fact, there's plenty of barriers to mass cryptocurrency adoptions. Among all this problem, I think the price fluctuating should be listed as number 1. That means if we don't solve the volatility risks, there won't be any change, even if we solve all the rest problem. Let's just try to imagine such a situation. If the user-friendly app we are using now, say Uber or Airbnb, accept Bitcoin as their only payment method instead of credit card, what will happen? Will it be a killer app or a dead app? I think it will probably dead. If you are a driver, are you willing to receive Bitcoin as fare? Or if you are a customer, are you willing to spend Bitcoin or just hold some and expect it to use it to pay for it as a tax fare or the rent? I won't do that. Holding Bitcoin is too risky for me. If there another app, another Uber app which support credit card, I would rather use that app. So do you find the key point? If a currency has unstable price, people will not use it as payment method. We will consider Bitcoin as a type of investment. We buy or sell it for profit, but we won't use it as everyday currency. It's just like we will never use Amazon share to pay for a check at Amazon store, even if the Amazon company allows you to do that. In fact, there's some fundamental principles of economics that can never be broken. One of those is that the stable purchasing power of a currency is the most significant quality of a currency in modern commodities economy. People realize that, so the stable coin appeared in the blockchain world. The most popular stable coin at present is USDT, issued by Tether. Each USDT is backed by $1 in Tether's bank account, There's a way creating stablecoin called fiat-backed stablecoin. Despite the rumors surrounding USDT caused by the transparency problem, I have to point out that the major problem of USDT is its position to be a cryptocurrency. Okay. In my opinion, USDT is more like offshore dollars, just using blockchain technology as its payment and settlement network. The creation of USDT don't rely on blockchain technology. The only purpose of USDT for the moment is just to let the traditional money enter into the crypto market. Besides, I didn't see it make any contribution to the growth and the maturity of decentralized economy, which deserve more attention in this blockchain revolution. So we're dedicated to make a kind of stablecoin which is generated by inherent power of blockchain in a more decentralized way. A stablecoin which really belongs to the decentralized community instead of the capital predators. So we create Archimint and the crypto collateralized stablecoin SDUSD. SDUSD is the first stablecoin product of Archimint on NEO's blockchain. SDUSD is simply a loan against NEO by using Archimint's DApp. So it is totally different from USDT. USDT is theoretically speaking for reserve. Each USDT is backed by $1. The operation of Tether is non-transparent. We cannot make sure whether the dollar reserve is safe or not, or whether Tether issue USDT without real dollars. On the contrary, SDUSD is over-collateralized. Each SDUSD is backed by more than $1 worth of crypto asset locked into the smart contract. The operation of Archimint is transparent. Everything is stored on the blockchain. Anyone can check the system condition at any time. There won't be any fraud. It's obvious that the risk of those two types of stablecoin is different. The risk of fiat-backed stablecoin is caused by individual fallibility, which is inherent quality of human and cannot be avoided. But the risk of crypto-collateralized stablecoin is mainly caused by the robust problem of code, which can be avoided by strict audit and verified by long-term operations. Anyone who has NEO assets can leverage them to generate SDUSD through Archimint's unique smart contract named Smart Asset Reserve. SAR holds NEO deposited by a user and permits this user generate SDUSD. The generating also accrues date. This date logs the collateral inside the SAR until it is covered by paying back an equivalent amount of SDUSD. After that, the owners can withdraw their NEO. The operation to generate SDUSD is quite simple. It is accomplished entirely on the blockchain and without any central authority allowing to do so. Archimint made a website console for users to easily interact with those smart contracts. It only takes you 3 steps to finish generating. Step 1, you should send a transaction to Archimint to create your own SAR account bound with your NEO address. Step 2, you send another transaction to send the same amount of NEO as collateral. Step 3, you retrieve the amount of SDUSD from your SAR, and in return, your SAR will include an equivalent amount of date, locking you out of access to the collateral until all the outstanding date is paid. If you don't feel it inconvenient, don't worry. Archimate made a one-click function that allows you to make all these steps in one operation. You just decide the amount of NEO you want to send and the amount of SDUSD you want to get. And just one click and everything is done automatically. When you acquire SDUSD, you can use it as use any other cryptocurrencies. SDUSD is available on any NEO wallet, support NEP5 asset. And on the first stage of application of SDUSD, we were promoted it listed on cryptocurrency exchanges. SDUSD is now listed on CoinMax and Switchos, and it will be more acceptable in broad field with our continuous work in the following years. When you want to retrieve your NEO, you must pay down your date first, plus a service fee that continues accrues on the date over time. Step 1, you should send a requisite SDUSD and SDS to your SAR, paying down all of your date or a part of it. With the date paying down, you can freely retrieve your NEO back to your wallet by sending a transaction to Archimate. The stability mechanism of Archimate is designed to achieve one goal, a token that is continuously approaching the value of $1. So important consensus should be established that each SDUSD is always backed by over-collateral NEO asset. And there's always enough collateral in the system to cover the value of all the outstanding date. This is guaranteed by smart contract with stability mechanism and independent actors with well incentivized. When you deposit NEO as collateral and retrieve SDUSD against your collateral, the ratio of date of your SAR increases. When NEO price changes, the date ratio of your SAR also changes. As NEO price rises, your every SAR will be safer as they are less indated. When NEO price falls, every SAR will become riskier and more indated. There's a bottom line of date ratio called liquidation ratio, which is set at 115% at Archimate so far. Any SAR under liquidation ratio is considered as too risky and can be liquidated by any SDUSD holders. When liquidation occurs, the liquidator can pay down your date and take the corresponding amount of NEO from your SAR at discounted price. Therefore, you will suffer a loss caused by discounted price. That means you should always keep your SAR safe. To summarize, rational actors are incentivized to remove risk date from the Archimate system by paying it off. Asset owners who let the date too risky are penalized for doing so, which incentivizes them to not to let their date too risky. So we can see that the SDUSD is totally decentralized. There's no centralized authority to back its values, no traditional banks that back each SDUSD with real US dollar. No governments can shut it down. No centralized authority that needs to be trusted. SDUSD lives entirely on the Neos blockchains. They cannot be controlled by a company or a organization. The assurance of money and the risk management are proceed by individuals under the transparent rule of the code. After introducing the decentralized stablecoin, let's stay our focus on the decentralized economy. I have to emphasize it again that the exploration of decentralized economy is the most valuable part of this blockchain revolutions. Our life has been ruled by centralized operation for a long time. Enterprise organization, games, banking, security exchanges, media, currency, and everything else of scale are all centralized operation. The centralized system have been around for so long and so pervasive throughout all our lives. It's hard to imagine there's any other way that everything can be organized. Blockchain technologies bring the possibility about creating a new form, a brand new form of economy called it decentralized economy. It do have its exclusive features by which distinguish itself from centralized economy: distributed, encrypted, trustless, borderless, and censorship. And all these features and combination have never happened in the history of human civilizations, which deserve our high expectation about how it will change our life or whether it will make our life better. In this process, the decentralized stablecoin plays an important role. Just like the blood to the human body, decentralized stablecoin is an essential intermediary by which everything can be organized in a decentralized way. And it cannot be substituted by unstable cryptocurrency like Bitcoin or centralized stablecoin like Tether. However, the decentralized stablecoin is still at its privileged stage. The immature underlying technology and poor ecological facilities obstruct it from rapid growth. One biggest problem is the short of qualified crypto asset as collateral. The total market cap of all the cryptocurrency is too small to generate enough stablecoin liquidity to meet the need of decentralized economy. And another big problem is the isolation of crypto assets in different public chains, which makes the liquidity problem more serious. But I think the breakthrough will happen with the maturity of blockchain industry. The tokenization of real assets is an irreversible trend. It will bring huge volume of value to the blockchains as collateral. We can see because those are more qualified assets as collateral to generate stablecoin. The blockchain technology will be mature in the following 2 years, I think. And there's many good teams is working on it, including us. And many fascinating progress like those will remove the obstacle in front of us. At that time, the decentralized stablecoin will reveal its great advantages and become the infrastructure of decentralized economy. At the end, I want to come back to the HEIX, the nationalization of money. When we talk about cryptocurrency or Bitcoin, the work of HEIX is often invoked. The Nobel laureate's book lays the fundamental foundation for the cryptocurrencies we see today. But I want to argue that the similarities between Higgs hypothetical currencies and Bitcoin are merely superficial, and that the mainstream cryptocurrency like Bitcoin is not a substitution for intentional design in Higgs' proposal. In this book, Higgs makes the case that the private banks should be able to issue their own currencies, creating a competitive market for the issuance and the control of these currencies. The argument goes that demand will be greatest for the currencies which are capable of keeping a stable value. And so banks will strive to manage the monetary supply more reasonably than governments do. So the most fundamental job is how to keep your money, keep the stability of your money, instead of how to create the usage of that. Stability of value is a precondition beyond all the other quality of a wide adopted currency, even in the decentralized economy. That's the key competitive power. Unfortunately, the mainstream cryptocurrency are all failed to do that. So I insist that maybe the Bitcoin and our last 10 years jobs are just a prelude. The birth of decentralized stablecoin may be the real chapter 1 of this great blockchain revolution. Then that's my presentation. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. We now have a panel. It's going to be moderated by Matthew Beetham. We'll help them up, get the chairs up here so we can get going as fast as possible.
So hello everyone, thank you for sticking around. I think we're going to be talking about STOs in this panel, which I think is the last panel of the day actually. But before we dive into that conversation, which I'm sure you're all probably interested to hear about, I'm just going to let the panel introduce themselves and we'll take it from the end there, with Angela.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Angela Tong. I'm one of the partners of Jinse Finance and also the CEO of CoinTime. And Jinse Finance is top 1 blockchain media in China. Jinse Finance provide individual interviews and news flash, coin market cap, and we also hold worldwide meetup events, like something like that. And in this end of this month, I think we will host a meetup in Tokyo. So if there is anyone want to go there, you can contact with me. And for CoinTime, CoinTime is the English version of Jinse Finance, and also we will launching a Japanese version, Korean version in April. As my English is not that good, so
you're doing well so far, don't worry.
Thank you. So maybe I will staring at my cell phone and answer the questions Matthew will give me.
Sure.
So I'm sorry for that. That's me. Thank you.
Sure. And Tamar?
Hi, so my name is Tamar Salant. I'm with NEO NGD office Shanghai. I work at the Ecosystem Growth Department, also working on the NEO Friends initiatives, also working on work in regards to security tokens.
Hey, my name is Brian. I work at a company called Republic. We are a fundraising platform, and thanks to NEO Global Capital, we've been able to kind of exist, do our work. We mainly aim to allow non-accredited retail and also accredited investors to be able to participate in token sales and any early stage fundraising campaigns.
Hi everyone, my name is Dre. So I'm the Chief Product Officer of Liquify. So Liquify is a Hong Kong-based STO issuance and distribution company, and we'll be rolling out 2 STOs this year. Thank you.
Cool. So it sounds like we've got quite a broad range of people involved in STOs, but all sound like you might benefit quite a bit from STOs and their sort of adoption. So I'll apologize if I do play devil's advocate at any point. But obviously that's quite a good segue into the fact that STOs or security token offerings are quite a contentious issue. A lot of people are starting to say that they will fix all the problems of ICOs, obviously which 80% were scammy, or they had issues involved with them, or they haven't launched products, and there's a lot of question marks over them. But obviously with STOs, there then comes the regulatory side of things, which means there's a lot more hurdles to jump through, and investment opportunities are taken away from a lot of people that would be able to invest in ICOs. So why should we really care about STOs? I think this one might be a good one for Tamar on how STOs might shoehorn into the NEO ecosystem. So what are the characteristics of an STO that we really need to pay attention to?
So I think STOs as a concept, it's not a new concept, right? If we're creating digital assets, if we're creating tokenized versions of real-life securities that are backed by actual assets, it's not a completely new phenomena. So I think just like the ICO market at the beginning aimed to kind of grant access to not credited investors, or a different definition of who is a credited investor, in order to participate in basically what is a crowd sale, just using tokens. I think security tokens are looking at, again, the same concept of having accredited investors. Again, we're not talking about just anyone who passes basic KYC AML, but we are looking at credited investors who are part of the criteria of who can invest. But with securities and with digitalization and combination of the two, we can have access to fractional parts of real estate, of digital art, of dividends, of what have you not. And by cutting out the middleman and by digitalizing this whole process, we can ensure that smart contracts that are executed in this format are done in a cheaper way, in a faster way, in a more transparent way. And I think we talked a little bit about this before. I think kind of saying STO will revive the ICO market is just completely misunderstanding the concept of what is a security token.
Okay, thank you. So I think there's some of the characteristics there about transparency, about new technology and how it will work on blockchain. Maybe this is a good one for you, Brian, with your background. So what are the benefits for using blockchain when it comes to STO tokens? Why is there no other sort of ledger or other system that would better serve the purposes for an STO?
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of piggyback off of what Tamar was saying, when you do an STO, it's not that much different from doing an ICO. You're just kind of doing an ICO with you're following securities laws at the same time. What blockchain really allows you to do is provide you a quicker path to liquidity, and also allows you to fractionalize and allow more people to own things that are typically illiquid. So good examples are real estate, pieces of art, things that are not easily tradable on the stock markets today, but if you tokenize it and you mint a token using blockchain technology, you can, in theory, sell, trade, distribute those tokens to anybody, provided you follow the proper securities laws, and then also provided that the proper securities token exchanges go online. And maybe in the future, when there are multiple securities token exchanges and there's liquidity on them, there will be a enhanced path to liquidity for basically like unlimited amounts of assets. And that's only, in my opinion, uniquely enabled through blockchain technology.
Interesting. So I think it would be unargued if we were to say that the legal side of things is maybe the biggest challenge, as you touched on there. We've got to satisfy a lot of different jurisdictions. And I know one thing I've spoken about with my colleagues is that we look at securities through the lens of America. If it's not approved by the SEC, we're not interested. And I see, Angela, you're nodding on the end there. So what are these kind of other challenges that we're facing with whether it's regulatory challenges or compliance or anything like that? And can you bring a different non-American perspective as well, perhaps?
This is the time I was staring at my phone. So first and foremost, promoting regulatory compliance. And I think also this might be the challenge that the whole blockchain space is facing. And also, as a new thing, STO is should have a regulatory systems belongs to itself. Like in China, we just banned everything. Yeah. So for now, like China and other countries, there is no regulation or everything is like shut down. So even if there is a regulation like maybe in America or in other countries for STO, it usually have to comply with the existing securities regulatory system. So in order to develop like in a healthy way, the governments must pushing the legislation that suits STO, I think. Yeah, so, secondly, STO should be more friendly to individual investors and increases the popularity of its basic knowledge among the public.
So you think perhaps having certain compliance laws like being accredited investors, you think those should be changed so that it can still be open to more people?
I think it should be more people, but with the knowledge of what is the security token, and they know the risk of what is the security token will bring to them. So it's like that. It's not the all people should to have security tokens.
Dre, I think you've been trying to edge in.
Yeah. So I just want to add something more from non-US perspective as well. So I very much agree with what Angela said. Actually, most of the countries are using the existing securities framework to govern digital securities. It's whether they want to put additional constraints in terms of governing the technology. The new technology that may bring in new risks to those new type of securities, right? And I believe actually the hurdle for regulation is not from the country side; it's instead from the issuance side. So as you all may know, right? There are not many STOs so far, and the reason being that for that situation to be happening is because it's really hard for a issuance platform to govern multi-jurisdictions trading restrictions. So say for Liquify, right? What we are actually doing is we focus on Asia trading limitations. Because most of the people may think in US some STOs has been happening, and so it would be actually easier than we thought. However, if you think about primary distribution and secondary trading, think about the landscape and different countries in Asia, right? You actually need to obey, or you need to be compliant with all these countries, right? So a good issuance platform is really important for a successful STO, because the issuance platform has to be able to connect with different external legal counsels to make sure that the secondary trading and primary distribution comply with the laws, right?
Okay, so let's suggest then that I'm based in the UK and I'm wanting to buy a security token. I know Nash, speaking to them yesterday, issued one, and were regulated in Liechtenstein. So whose responsibility is it to make that I as an investor, am operating lawfully?
So assuming the entity to be tokenized is in Liechtenstein, then the regulations, the issuance type of regulations should be in terms of the Liechtenstein's law. And depending on where you primarily distribute your security tokens, right? It depends on those corresponding jurisdictions. And for secondary trading, is a little bit tricky. Is combining both the buyer's jurisdiction and also the issuer's jurisdiction, because the buyers always get protected from their jurisdiction, right? And in terms of the tokenization of that entity, it's actually about that incorporation's jurisdiction. So it will be both Liechtenstein and the UK buyer.
Okay, that's. I think you've been trying to add something there as well, Brian.
Yeah, no, I agree exactly what you said, because everything you mentioned also applies for the U.S. market. That's the same problems that we face at Republic or companies that we're trying to help with their security token offering. And that's what makes it really complicated, because as you'd mentioned, regulation I think is the main obstacle to prevent like all these STOs from launching, because as a U.S. company, you need to care about U.S. laws, but if you want to sell to an investor that's based in Asia, and that investor wants to trade to another accredited investor based in Europe, like that just becomes a really difficult situation, because technically it's possible. The technology exists to support all of these things to happen. It's really easy, but what makes it hard is the laws. So, and governments and regulators, they just move kind of slowly, and they move very calculated. So kind of that is the main hurdle, I think, that we need to face. And it's not from the technology standpoint, which I think is very, very interesting. I don't have a solution for that. I'm just pointing out the problem.
I was just going to ask for a solution. So, Tamer, do you think, what sort of role is NEO playing in trying to overcome these sort of regulatory challenges, if it can do anything to help with that? I think if Brian's saying the technology already exists, presumably it's in things like NEO and other blockchains. So what role is NEO playing to try and overcome these regulation challenges or issuance challenges?
Right. So I think something that was lightly touched upon here was there was a problem with lack of information, and there was a problem with jurisdictions moving slowly. And I think there are a lot of different updates coming out from different jurisdictions, whether it's sandboxes in the UK and Hong Kong are a good example. If it's other countries, be it Malta or Liechtenstein that you mentioned as well, that are coming up with more STO-friendly regulations, and the US that we're still kind of waiting to see what will happen, as well as the UK, France, Germany, etc. At NEO, what we've started doing is we've created a virtual alliance. It's called the Digital Asset Alliance, where we bring together different players from the security token supply chain, if you will. So we're talking to liquidity providers, we're talking to AML, KYC providers, we're talking to the projects themselves, we're talking to the issuance platforms and everyone. And what we're understanding is different projects from different regions, from different jurisdictions, have a better understanding of what's going on in terms of the local laws. And also we're looking into seeing what is everyone focusing on. Because at the end of the day, like Brian mentioned, the tech is there. But if we're creating a standard, and we will be creating a standard, everyone is focusing on the same 1, 2, 3, or 4 concepts at the end of the day. How do we take these concepts that everyone has to oblige by, because that's what regulation will be talking about, and how do we translate this into code? How do we translate this into a technical standard? And I think just bringing all of these people together, and we've already seen it. We have people from Asia, from Europe, from South America, from North America, talking about, you know, what is going on in their region, kind of sharing this information. That's what will help this kind of move forward, I think, in the future.
Okay, so let's have a little hypothetical question here as well. That let's assume all those regulatory challenges are met at some point in the future, and with those regulations being put in place, it usually creates a precedent to follow for future things. Is there not a danger then that things like ICOs will then be looked back on and they will be viewed as securities? And I know that there were things in the dot-com boom when people were given shares in a company for free sometimes just for signing up with an email address, and were hit for capital gains tax and things like that later on in life because they didn't declare the fact that they owned a security. Do we think things like that will happen, or just generally, what are your sentiments on that? I'll throw that one out to the floor.
I can talk a little bit about, I guess, from the United States perspective. I would say the SEC has done a few, actions, as in subpoenaing projects that have used the SAFT or done ICOs in a somewhat questionable manner. I don't know if they're trying to make a statement or anything like that, but they're only going, so far, they've only gone for projects that are completely fraudulent. They haven't done anything they haven't gone for projects that are trying to do good things, even though they may not have followed securities law, because to be completely fair, there isn't clear laws in the United States yet. So I wouldn't expect regulators to come down hard on a blanket of projects, but only making a statement by coming down hard on the projects that are obviously fraudulent. So I think in the future, where there is regulation that's globally friendly, in a hypothetical case, ICOs that happened in the past, I would say, in my opinion, they probably would just be grandfathered in, really. I don't think it would be worth it to really go back and try to press charges or do anything like that, because there wasn't, unless they were obviously malicious, because everyone's still trying to figure it out. Everyone's just testing out the technology and the regulations. No one's trying, not in my perspective, not everybody is malicious. So I would give them the benefit of the doubt and give those early adopters some freedom, I guess. I don't know.
That makes perfect sense. So I think moving on from that, I think one thing that really kind of interests me is what role the media has to play. Obviously, being a writer and a reporter, we obviously have a lot of sway in what we cover. We get to choose that, and I'm always very conscious of picking things that are global, so that we don't, as we said, view it from too much of a US perspective. But I'm kind of interested to get Angela's thoughts on what the media is like overseas and on covering this particular issue. What sort of role do you think you have in sort of educating people about STOs or even the regulations?
So in China, we can't mention any STO at all. We can only report about how the situation in here or other countries. And we want to provide some knowledge about what is STO and tell people the risk of STO. And as I know, if there is an air job of any projects, it will be to define to ICO and by ICC. So we just can help projects to know that about in the US, yeah. And we want to tell every people, and decentralized is an important features in blockchain. So I think I still has to find a balanced way to the decentralization and the centralization. And we want to help our readers and our clients to know how to do STO in maybe other country, because China banned everything.
Yeah, Dre, were you going to add something there? Or?
Yeah, I just want to say for the other ecosystem players, I believe very much like Republic and Liquify will be very happy to work with media, because one of the major hurdle that we encounter from the retail or from the public would be the lack of education. So people are still confused with STO and ICO. So I believe there are a lot of educations to be done, not only in terms of the investor side, but also to people who are actually traditional financial professionals. Because I believe that in the future, everything should be or will be tokenized in terms of using the blockchain technology. So the sales has to be well educated at the same time as the investors.
Yeah, I think Brian's sentiment's pretty much the same there. So I think we're kind of running a bit short on time now. But I just wanted to throw one sort of question, one last question out to maybe everyone, if you want to take a few seconds to answer, is that then STOs seem like quite a complex topic, one that is certainly geared towards traditional investors more than, I say, a lot of the people who invested in ICOs and cryptocurrency startups and the like. Is that true? Should everyone care and listen? I know with the recent news of JPM Coin, a lot of people are saying we don't really care because it's a banking infrastructure and we don't care how the banks do their things necessarily, so long as our money's there. That might be quite a controversial thing to say, but who should really be the ones caring about STO? Should it be everyone? Is there a particular group, or is it more nuanced than that? Taimo, you are laughing.
I think it's a great question. I really do. I think if you kind of classify it into two groups, you have people who are always interested in investment, right? People who are either working in the financial industry or people who are just always attracted to different types of investments. Yes, they should definitely be interested. They should be following, checking out what's going on, because that's kind of their thing, right? Just as they've been following maybe the stock exchange or different options of investment, if it's real estate or what have you not. I think when you look at the blockchain technology being implemented or kind of coming together with this, that's another kind of sub-community, and I think it's just interesting from an innovation perspective, right? How are we using this technology to digitalize, to have more access, to combine tech and finance? So I think as a more educational perspective, yes, everyone should be interested in that, just like people are, reading on different news sites what's going on with AI and VR and VA or whatnot. Not everyone is, actually playing or using these devices, but it's interesting as a concept, and it kind of shows us where our society and technology and everything is going to. And then again, if you're an investor and you've been doing investment or you just follow the markets because that's your thing and why not, then yes, you should be following from a more educational perspective and understanding how and if you could participate in this in the best legal way.
I want to add really quickly that on top of everything you said, like blockchain and tokenizing assets unlocks liquidity for things that you probably can't trade today. And because you're able to unlock liquidity for things like games or maybe a housing in a city that's very, very far away from where you live, but you're interested in real estate there, like that's something that you can now do with STOs and tokenizing assets. So a lot of the assets that maybe the most obscure person in the world is interested in, they can now trade on it, which they can't do today because you're only limited to like NASDAQ and other types of like mainstream places for trading securities. But with STOs, you can now tokenize literally anything, and I think you'll find something for everyone, and that's why it's important for everybody to be involved in this.
And if everyone is care about this, it will definitely bring us more readers. So.
And that's something I need as well. And I think we're kind of short on time now, so thanks ever so much for your input. I think it sounds like it's going to be complicated, confusing, but we all need to keep reading books, reading articles, and educating ourselves on the topic. But thanks ever so much for your input, everyone, and thanks for sticking around, and put your hands together for the great panel there.
Thank you.
Since we're running a little bit behind, we're just going to leave the chairs up here. I'd like to bring Alex Tan to the stage. He is the CEO of InnoDT. Give him a round of applause, please.
Mic check. All right, this is like the last stretch, so hang in there, guys, while I talk to you guys about fraud, hacks, and scams. What you're seeing is a lot of things that are always happening in headline news, right? Where we read from CoinTime or Cointelegraph. But a lot of these transactions have two types of problems when it comes to hacks and scams. You have the customers who are at risk, and you also have institutions that are at risk. As you can see, some of these labels, customer examples can include what we've seen or all the ICOs. And then for institutions, you also have fake identity that's actually occurring on their platform. Look at exchanges, fake accounts. Now, my theory is a lot of these KYC process where you have to scan your passport, take a selfie, write a name on it, put a date. You can use your relatives. You can use your passport that you bought on the dark net. You could use somebody else's that's not in the US. So no matter how much analytics you put behind it, is that really true that you are tied to this wallet address that you're whitelisting for, let's say, an ICO project? So that's one of my theory. So where I kind of have an idea is when looking at how much demand in this space, in 2017, you can see on the chart, we have a lot of ICOs that are just blowing out of control. We've seen this in 2018 as well. And there's even a study done with Deloitte. 1,000 respondents with company revenue over $500 million. Senior executive actually responded to the survey. So 78% of these folks saying that they feel like blockchain, it's an advantage that they can actually bring in. But 39% of it is that there's not a lot of clarity or visibility for them to actually build a business case and actually push this project forward to implement to their company. So what we do is what we serve is, in terms of transaction studies, we solve three characteristics. So we provide the macro view of transactions, micro view of transactions. Because of these patterns, you can actually see behaviors that go behind it, whether they have certain transaction gaps, confirmed, or even failed transactions. And because of this, there's also this real-time detection where we can automate transaction trails and even look at irregular activity that's going on. And because of this constant behavior that's occurring on your or somebody else's wallet address, there's a certain digital identity that starts happening behind these transactions without even realizing who that person is. It doesn't matter about the IP, it doesn't matter about the passport identification. It's this transaction digital ID. So where InnoDT comes in is that we look at cryptocurrency exchanges. We work with, ideally, regulators and financial institutions to actually push this community a little bit forward. You know, we're not the person who can solve everything, but transactions, they are on a ledger that you can't change, you can't manipulate. IDs, maybe you can. So one example that we have is this visualize the macro and micro transaction behaviors. On one side, you can see this visual component of money going in and money going out. This is something that we built in-house. And for a macro perspective, you can actually see these transactions where you can start to bring in mapping capabilities and actually understand these relationships between wallet addresses. The second piece is that because you can actually look at it from a macro perspective, you can actually start having an early detection. So for example, let's look at whale wallets that's been inactive for a long time, so which I'll show you in a second. And you can also follow the source of transactions to the point where you can uncover potentially a bad wallet address. So in terms of these constant patterns, you have these digital identities that businesses would be interested should there be some type of activity. So you can see that we can start grouping this into potentially user A, user B, user C. And with these wallet relationships, you can actually start applying these type of studies, modules. Everyone looks at a different lens. So how you want to look at these history can actually dictate the future habits. So another example is looking at relationship between two wallet addresses. It goes from the left side to the furthest right side. So if you were to be curious, what's the most direct path that you are keeping this history going? If you want to go from user A to user B to user C to user D, you know, that's the most obvious. But what does all these other transactions mean? You don't know when you're actually using, let's say, a blockchain explorer to actually understand all the letters and how they actually move around. But at least in one component, you have this tool to visualize your transactions. Here's a second example in understanding the transaction address risk. So remember when I was telling you about the KYC portion in terms of opening up a new account? So you have a wallet address that you interact with your friends, whether you are mining or you even participate in ICO and you receive funds from it. But as soon as you want to take your assets onto an exchange as Bittrex, which they were here earlier, Bittrex would have to verify a source of fund. Is this fund potentially something that I can actually accept? Are you part of a money laundering scheme, or was this money from somewhere that was from a ransomware? So this is the part where Bittrex or any kind of businesses can potentially deny your services. But this is up to the client to say, hey, I now have this ability to verify your source of fund to a certain extent that at least I have the confidence level that your funds are somewhat safe or not safe. So remember that whale wallet address example? You can say that they can be quiet for a long time, and then all of a sudden the news is not watching this wallet address anymore. But as soon as there's an activity, you can have an instant alert that says, hey, there's something going on, as opposed to maybe wait a few hours for some publisher to actually put it on the article for everyone to start reading. You as a client can actually get that instant alert right away. So there's tools that we're providing. When you look at this entire map of transactions, which we have 10,000 NEO transactions in this little example, you can see there's something going on here. We're going to give you the tools so that you can actually do your own studies and understand, are these exchanges, are these users, are these companies? So today, well, I'm going to let you know that we have 3 different products here. One's for the enterprise, the other one is for the consumers, And then we have another education program that does more of a reputation scoring system. My name is Alec. I'm one of the founders. My buddy is over as a programmer. I handle a lot of BD and fundraising. This is my history back in the corporate world, and we have also ability for you guys to come in, sign up for today to try out our DAB system. It's an invitation code only. And then here, you also can contact us on our website, innodt.com, innodt.com. If you like, please fill out the survey, and we'll be happy to address any questions that you have. So thank you, everybody, and good luck. Thank you.
Good job. So we're now down to our last speaker, who unfortunately could not make it. Some issue, fire in the cockpit. He's okay, don't worry, but he unfortunately couldn't be here. I'm talking about Brad Madison. He is the founder of Neo Health, and he has recorded a video for us that we're going to show right now. Play it away.
Hello, Neo community. Thank you for sticking around for my presentation if you're still there. I had plans to come to Seattle, but my plans fell through due to circumstances which I couldn't control. I'm sitting in my hotel room in Louisville, Kentucky right now. What happened was I'm a practicing radiologist in Louisville, Kentucky, and after work on Friday I went to the airport, and there was snow that was coming through the area, and we got on the plane. We waited on the tarmac for like an hour, and finally the de-icing truck showed up. They de-iced the plane, and as we taxied out to the runway, there was a fire in the cockpit, and we had to evacuate the airplane. Normally in situations like that, I try to keep my cool, but I gotta say that I was getting a little bit nervous when smoke started to fill the cabin. And what didn't help was that I was at the back of the airplane, and we were evacuating through the front door, and there were people that were trying to grab their luggage out of the overhead compartment. And I was thinking to myself, you know, don't worry about your bags when the plane is about to explode. But anyway, everyone made it out safe, and we went back to the terminal. We waited there for about 6 hours. And all the flights that were going to Seattle were booked. The earliest flight that I could have made it to Seattle with was on Sunday. I would have made it there at about noontime, Seattle time on Sunday. And I would have had 6 hours there. I would have had to turn around and go back to Louisville, Kentucky, because I have patients that are scheduled for procedures on Monday at 8 a.m. So I'll just briefly update you on the Neo Health project. It's going well. We have a team right now of 4 physicians. We have a PhD in biophysical chemistry. We have a full developer team. We have a team that's helping me with community. And I'll admit that we haven't been keeping up with the Telegram as well as we should, and that is somewhat intentional because we were trying to work on the product and not focus on the community, and we don't really like to release news to hype anything. So we're under the impression that we have to get a solid working product out and functional in several hospitals, and that the hype's just not going to do us any good. So we're trying to get a medical encyclopedia out in multiple hospitals right now. We're starting with the country of Georgia. And Georgia, because Spotcoin is a project that we partnered with. Spotcoin is an exchange based in Georgia, and we met these guys when we went to the Neo Black Sea event last September, and they've been very helpful to us. So they introduced us to the health ministry in Georgia. So the medical encyclopedia is basically done, and now it's just a matter of signing contracts with hospitals, and the only thing we have left to really complete on the medical encyclopedia is the authoring tool which lets physicians edit the existing articles and guidelines and also create new guidelines. Aside from that, we have also been working on an electronic medical record. And if you don't know what an electronic medical record is, it's sort of like in any hospital or clinic that you go into, your information will be documented in an electronic chart. And an electronic medical record is the thing that stores this information. And there are hundreds of them. It's always surprising to me that there hasn't been one market leader that has dominated that particular market and everyone uses that product, but that's just not how it works because there's a lot of politics involved. So every country has their own EMRs, and within a country they'll have several EMRs depending on the location. In the United States, the leading EMR is Epic, and probably second is something called Cerner. So we are developing an EMR which we hope to integrate with the medical encyclopedia, so we'll have integrated clinical decision support built into the EMR. So the EMR was actually something that we started working on before we started working on the medical encyclopedia because we knew it was going to be a much more challenging project, and it'll probably be a while yet till the EMR gets released. It's a complex process building an EMR. So, anyways, as I was saying, the first country we're going to launch the medical encyclopedia in is Georgia. Then we're going to test the authoring tool and the difficulty of translating articles and guidelines into a different language in Georgia because Georgia's not as big of a country as other countries. Then we hope to bring the product to China. And that will also depend on the regulations in China, and we'll have to hopefully participate with the government. Maybe we can launch the project as a sort of a research project in a few major hospitals in China first to get our foot in the door, and then later convert this into a commercial product in China. And then the long-term goal is to get the project into the United States. The United States is still the best place to, if you're trying to have a profitable company in medicine, it's still better than any place in the world. So to do that, though, we would need to create content which fits the recommendations in the United States. So every country will have their own recommendations. Some countries have different diseases than others. They'll have different treatments than others. They'll have different treatments which insurance companies will pay for in some countries that they won't in others. So it's complicated, and every country you go to, you're going to need to adjust your guidelines and your articles. It's not the same everywhere you go. You'd think it would be, but it's not. So that's the complicated part about all this. If you remember our project back a year ago, it was called Pure Atlas. And at that time, we were planning on releasing a completely free medical encyclopedia, and it would function similar to a wiki where people would create content and then they would be rewarded in the form of a token, and by redeeming continuing medical education credits, which doctors need to keep their certification up to date, we were going to receive our profit that way, and we will still do that. But in addition to that, we have changed the model slightly, and we are going to charge small subscription fees for use of the medical encyclopedia, but not anywhere near what our competitor would charge up to date, which is $500 per physician. So we'll try and keep the subscription costs lower than that. It's been a busy year. I traveled to Belgium for about 2 months, and shortly after that we visited Nigeria. Nigeria is a place that probably needs a medical encyclopedia. They don't currently have one, but it's a little bit more difficult to bring the project there because they don't have reliable internet everywhere you go. And so that is something that we're going to continue to work on, but we're not going to bring it there just yet. We're first going to focus on the country of Georgia. In addition to that, I had traveled to Malta to set up the company because, as you know, Malta has crypto-friendly regulations. I traveled to Italy briefly, which was mainly to meet people that were interested in investing in the project. I guess that's about it. We'll try to keep the Telegram community better updated on our progress, but I want everyone to be assured that we're making excellent progress. Medical Encyclopedia is basically done. We have a few more contracts to sign with people that will be supplying the content. Otherwise, I would release a demo URL for you right now. But just wait about a month. We'll post it on the Telegram. And then later on this year, hope to have a basic working EMR which integrates the Medical Encyclopedia and clinical decision support. And then we'll gradually improve on the EMR to make it suitable for countries such as the United States that need more features than the countries that we will first launch it in. So again, I'm sorry I couldn't make it. Hope you guys had a good time. Hope to be there next year. And the Neo Health project is going well. Talk to you later. Bye.
You guys are going to have to clap louder than that for him to hear you in Kentucky. I'm sorry. No. So thank you. Congratulations on making it to the end of the conference. I'd now like to bring up Johnson Zhou. He is the general manager of NGD Shanghai. Please give you a big round of applause.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being with us for the 2 days. Before I forget something to mention. There are 3 projects doing airdrop. It's a volunteer on their own, and each participant can leave your badge to the registration deck when you leave, and instructions will follow. But that's all I want to say in terms of the airdrop, because I know scammers will use a lot of Twitter stuff. So that's all I want to say. Go to the desk when we finish. Yeah, coming to the closing, I think there is so much to say, so much I want to say. So I made a quick script. Let me practice. I'm going to say some names. You know, English is not my native language. So Jay, Solman, Victor, Igor, Lee, Ashley, Sharkan, Hyman, Thomas Sanders, Fabio Canise, Chris Hager, Tyler, Eric Brink, Luciano, Dean, Jeff, Dean, Duke Terry, Wing Chen, Insomnia, Yasem, Anthony, Ethan, Alan, Alex, DiCarlo, Jason, Liu Yongxin. Yeah, that's the first part. That's okay. That's only a very short list of the names that I can find easily within our communities who are dedicated, who are true believers, who are contributing hours and days and months and okay, I can say 1 or 2 years to Neo. So that's a very short list, but it's not all of our community developers, contributors. But how many developers are still here? Can I see your hands, please? Oh, thank you very much. Have you looked into our GitHub? I think you guys are missing some very important discussions. Thread is 570 something. I'm giving some clues. Yeah, go back to check it out. Yeah. Communities, Neo Research, City of Zion, NEL, key makers from Japan. Unfortunately, they're not here. Neo One, Neo fans of Hangzhou. So more than that, we look forward to seeing more and more developer communities build up. So please also remember to follow our Twitter. If you have not, the Twitter handle is Neo_blockchain. During my presentation on the first day, I asked everyone to close your eyes. I'm not going to ask you to do the same, but right now, instead, I like to ask you to open your eyes and look around at the people, the faces around you who are staying here. So these are exactly the faces, the people who are part of our communities, trying to build it up and building it even stronger. Last night, it was a very, very late video. Some developers sent a very interesting developer love from Seattle to Eric. I just like to mention that so that some of the people can have an echo. Lastly, I'd like to extend our thanks to all the hotel staff, PSAV, all the working teams who make this conference successful, make this happen. And thanks to our MC, Ted and Harry. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to welcome the whole NEO team on to the stage, and starting from John and Peng. Would you please? Yeah. And following Wang Longfei, please. Yeah, please. And following, yeah, please. Where's John? Yeah. Okay. Longfei, Si Miao, and John Jiachao, and Song Ping, Charlene. Come on to the stage. Where are you? Let me see you. Charlene, Tamar, please. Grace. Oh, Peter. Peter, you are taking a different route. Dennis, Sarah, Lemony. And finally, Hongfei, where are you? I think probably everyone already have met with the team, and I would not spend more time to introduce everyone's roles, and I expect that you already know what we are up to. So, Hongfei, would you have some more words to share with us?
Let's do it. Let's do it 2019. Let's do it. Let's make NEO the best blockchain in the world. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Let's do thank you.
Ovation.
Yeah. See you next year, even if I don't know where it will be.
Probably in Europe. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Oh yeah, let's walk that. Yeah. Oh, sorry, photo. Where's our lovely photographer? Sorry. Oh, you're here.